resolution. What's the point of having a resolution when you don't get the seat back? Like, yeah, everything you said was right. I'm sorry your family member died, but you can't have your seat back. For those of you who don't know, Senator Sinclair was a senator who was kicked out of Senate because of non-attendance during the summer. They had a family member pass away, and they still decided to show up to Senate, but they could not fulfill the voter record correctly, mistakenly. But they did decide to show up, and as a result, they received multiple half absences, which resulted in them not being retained as a senator. They appealed it, but ultimately, I believe the seat was filled, and they couldn't even come back as a senator, even if it was upheld. So it was fruitless for him to continue. He didn't want to go through that and explain the situation. So this bill is really named after Senator Sinclair. That's the idea of this bill. Please ask questions. Yeah.
All right.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. And the last section of this bill also adds in a live constituency. After each respective constituency period, the Rules and Ethics shall promptly post a live Senate constituency tracker and a live Senate absence tracker on the student government website and Instagram. For those who don't know, we have a link tree, so simply just put the same link that you put in the SG website on the link tree. And yeah, for there to be a live tracker. This is something that we've done before. There's a live tracker. The R&E usually share a link, but in the prior term, that wasn't shared with me. I think I've mentioned that in the previous Senate meeting. I feel like it's worthwhile for our constituents to see that, hey, my senator has been showing up, or they haven't done a constituency. So I think it's also a worthwhile thing to include in this bill. So yeah, that's all. How you?
And I'm moving to final question and answer whenever you guys are ready.
All right, I voted to try to get that appeal through. I think that was unfair when it was over the summer. That was, I think that was ridiculous, quite frankly.
Mm-hmm.
I do think that I really like 325.00 3.02 for this bill. Would you be amenable to removing 0.03 from this bill, as it isn't really similar in intent to the first 3 paragraphs?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we can remove that, and I can spend another bill with that.
Okay, that's perfect.
Any questions? No, and I'm moving to 5 minutes of debate whenever you guys are ready. Debate? No. We're moving to 2 minutes final focus. Raj, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, remove the last clause of 0.03, and the rest is fine.
Okay, we're now going to move into motions. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to amend SSB 2024-1025 by striking 325.03, that entire paragraph from the bill, while keeping everything the same by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to approve SSB 2024-1025 by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1025, the Sinclair Act has officially been approved. And we now are moving on to SSB 2024-1026, Student Government Accountability Agency Act, 500 code revision again.
It was 3.25.03, just for clarification.
325.03.
325.03. Thank you.
Again, authored by Senator Raj Mian, sponsored by Senator Nathaniel Pelton. Whenever you guys are ready for 5 minutes presentation.
Yeah, so this, as we referred with other bills actually today, this is more of a piecemeal establishment approach to reestablish SGAA. As we all know, SGAA was a prior agency in student government. This bill was something just to revive it, if not just at a bare bones level to an extent. And so we can go from there to expand as we see fit. It establishes some positions to be appointed, to have a skeleton, a procedure of how to approve them with the 3/5 vote of the student body senate. Yeah, so this is really just a piecemeal approach of like, hey, SGA is back, and so other senators can start establishing things. I didn't want to go into too much detail. I have like a 6-page thing on how to go about, so I started with 1.5 pages. So, this is really just to get the ball rolling. Everyone seems to have their own idea of how SGA should be going. I can't say I have monopolized ideas of that. I do think SGA should be brought back, and we should go from there. So this bill is just aimed to establish a groundwork, a framework, a foundation, if you will, of SGA. And yeah. I yield.
Okay, we're moving to 5 minutes of question and answer. Whenever you guys are ready.
This is really a question. 581.11. There's like no space, just like that. But the other thing is that I lost it, but it said that it should be. Wait, hold on. I lost the the Secretary of Labor shall oversee the operations of the department. If I'm not mistaken, the Secretary of Labor does not exist.
Yes, so that is
As
what my,
we did.
yes, so,
That's a good catch.
so, yeah, I was gonna ask you the same thing. Would you be amenable to tabling this until we rehear SSB 1020?
Yeah,
Because they kind of go in conjunction.
Would you rather amend this another way?
we could table it, or we could amend it to take out any references that connects to two bills.
Okay.
I'm okay with striking any stuff that relates to it, but that might be striking a couple of sections.
So I have one more question.
Mhm.
So, like, I'm sure you know, like several years ago it was shut down.
Mhm.
Because it was determined that the audit power is responsible for SG Finance. I think that was partly impacting the decision, and I don't necessarily, can you explain
Yeah,
how
so-
having audit in this first paragraph?
So I authored a couple other bills when it came to auditing. Quite frankly, I was actually told by Gary Ryan, the finance manager, that they will not do that unless, they will not audit, and they don't want to audit stuff unless it's done by an external organization explicitly. The term Secretary of Audit, that's not something that they're gonna audit SG Finance necessarily, but they're supposed to preside as a fiduciary officer over student boards and whatnot. Audit's just a name I came up with, so this doesn't necessarily align with it, but SG Finance doesn't really want to audit their own books because they don't have the manpower, is what I'm trying to say. After speaking with Gary, I collaborated with the bill previously to create an audit procedure, and they were like, we don't want to do that ourselves. This is more of the idea of the student body treasurer in their office and their subsidiary. It's their fiduciary responsibility to approve all SAR requests and to make sure everything's in line with the codes that govern it and state law and whatnot, no buying bullets. It's their job, and under that same jurisdiction, they should have the purview of reviewing everything through SGAA. So basically, I'm taking their fiduciary responsibility and extending that to have SGAA as their arm, so they can have the purview of regulating this and making sure everything's up to code and whatnot.
Would you be amenable to tabling this for the previously mentioned reason, as well as to get a clarification on exactly what authority we have to provide SGA with the power to audit? Because I understand where your argument is coming from. I'm not sure if we specifically have that authority, considering like that was the reason eventually for it to be shut down in the first place. So would you be amenable to tabling it for those two reasons?
I'm amenable to be tabling it for those reasons. Necessarily, I slightly disagree with some of them, but I mean, I'm amenable to tabling it so we can do a little bit more research about it. But just as we mentioned a couple bills ago, I don't think we want to be tabling every other bill that comes up.
Yes, I agree.
So it might, I need to double check. I don't think there's necessarily saying, yeah, I mean, this is really just saying safeguard the interests of the student body by conducting investigations, audits, and assessments. But it's not going to be a full book audit necessarily. And even then, I think we can all agree that no one wants students just doing a full book audit on every single thing. Audit more so as like just going over things and be like, yeah, that checks out. They actually did buy a graphics card with the money that we gave them, stuff like that. So I don't think the reason for tabling this just because the word audit is being used necessarily is completely valid. I do think though that the only thing that should be like changed or reused as a reason to table is the fact that it does relate similarly to the Department of Labor thing, but I think we can strike that and just go on to that.
Yeah, so with the labor things, that's table, we have to essentially strike 581.23, 581.24, and strike the second part of 581.11. And then what would you'd have to make, I would assume you would want to amend that to create, like who would replace the Secretary of Labor in your view in that role in 581.11?
We could just hand it over to the Secretary of Audit for that.
And you would be willing to strike 581.23 and 581.24 essentially in its entirety?
For the time being, yeah, I mean, we can do that later when we hear back from the Department of Labor.
Okay, so
We're going to move to 503, when it's ready.
I mean, if there's that much stuff included in this bill that relates to. Yeah, I think this does go hand in hand. So I think it's not, I understand we're tabling a lot of legislation, but I also want to give every piece like due diligence, and I think it does relate significantly to the building authority table, so.
Any other,
Can you tell me, okay,
Alright,
you guys
yeah.
changed Nathaniel's name.
we'll do that during the motion.
Yeah.
Okay, we're now into 2 minutes final public, whenever you're ready, Raj.
You guys edit Pelton's name, I misspelled it, I'm sorry.
It's E, not N.
Sorry, yeah, I'll,
Oh,
for the next week's meeting, if we're gonna hear it again that week, in the meantime, will make some edits. And I'll send it to you guys for you guys to amend it, so it's more accountable to it. If you guys wanna table it, sure.
you with the rest of your time?
Yeah.
Are there any motions at this time?
I move to amend the sponsors line of SSB 2024-1026 to change the third A in Nathaniel to E by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any other motions at this
I
time?
move to lay SSB 2024-1026 on the table by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1026 has now been officially tabled. We're now moving on to SSB 2024-1027, the Student Government Information Hub Act, Director Code Revision again, authored by Senator Raj Mia and sponsored by Minority Party Leader Hilton.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready.
Alright, yeah, so I submitted this bill last term. The only issue that came up was like, can we actually do this? And speaking to the registrar's office and other members of part administration, yes, we can. We can create our own Canvas page for the Student Government Information Hub. So going into describing that, it creates a Canvas page that would populate and it would just have like announcements, campus resources, the calendar events for student government to enhance communication with the student body and student government. So if there's a state of the campus address, we can put it on the calendar for that specific campus course. If you guys are ever worried about it being cluttered, you can always change notifications or move stuff on Canvas. So that isn't an issue. Senate secretaries will have access to update things, so will student government advising, and information communication, who operates our Instagram, can also help operate this one. This will just be a centralized platform to enhance communication. That's the goal of it. If we want to, we can even do polls if we want to poll the student body on something. Events, committee meetings can be posted there as well if you want. This is really, I guess, more of laying the groundwork and it's another tool in our toolbox for like INC to use and for the Senate to use and student government as a whole. So if like the president wants to do something, they can post it on there. It's like, hey, come to this event, we're having a free ice cream, guys. Easy, everyone uses Canvas. Spoke to administration, you can do it. Yeah, I yield.
Now moving into 5 minutes of question and answer. Go ahead.
Alright, so I have a couple. Firstly, so Canvas isn't like owned and operated by UFSG, which is different from like the SG website, which is, I believe, managed by the VP of Student Life in conjunction with admin. How would this change how we could post things on the Canvas module?
Well, okay, so starting off with who owns the platform that we're using doesn't really matter inherently, similar to the Instagram. I mean, obviously, we shouldn't be posting anything vulgar or explicit on there. I don't think we plan on doing that. Essentially, we would be operating it as if it was a Canvas course, just posting updates. We wouldn't really have to constrain ourselves because we shouldn't be posting anything crazy. I don't think we ever plan on doing that. Maybe I'm missing the body of your question here.
Yeah, that's less important. I have another one.
Okay.
Okay.
The platform in which we use shouldn't change what we're posting, essentially.
Got it. My next question would be, would it not be better to have an opt-in program for this Canvas page? I know I've been a member of like Phi Alpha Delta's in-house mock trial program where they allow you to join the Canvas page, but it doesn't auto-populate in the student window. I think that might be more of a fair approach. Do you agree with that? So the students would have to opt in rather than opt out?
I definitely see that approach, the opt-in approach, but it would kind of defeat the purpose of the communication because most people won't know this exists, so therefore they could not opt in. That's like the major issue itself. Allowing someone to opt out after being opted in, similar to how some states have organ donations, everyone's opted in until they opt out, would increase participation rates and communication. So I feel like having this auto-populate would be better. A lot of majors have an auto thing for career readiness that's already on the Canvas page, and it'd be no different from that really. You can also like hide that if you really need to. If there's notifications that you don't want, you can hide. You can strip it from the calendar. You can unstar it or whatever, so it doesn't really show up. So like, essentially, if it auto-populates, it wouldn't do no harm. It wouldn't do any harm. In fact, I see many benefits of having this opt-in. If someone's annoyed and they don't want anything done with SG, I'm all for them opting out. I don't want to bother people. And they'll have that option. So that's really, yeah.
One more, sorry. I do like the sentiment. I may slightly disagree on the opt-in, opt-out, but that's not a massive point here. Could this also be accomplished through, like, because I'm not sure if we, I don't know how to phrase this. Would a resolution not be able to accomplish the same thing necessarily, advocating for the creation, or is this specifically because you want I&C to govern it, that it needs to be a code revision?
A resolution wouldn't necessarily, like, okay, if you do a resolution, who's going to operate it? Who's going to do the day-to-day operations? Who's going to post stuff? Who's the designated person? That's why this has to be codified. I&C, student government advising, has to help the consultation with that. Senate secretaries of that.
And you're sure we're allowed to post this, that is fully within the authority of the student senate, to put this auto-populate on students' pages?
Yeah, so former Senator Lynn was talking to administration, and he assured me yes, and I was also speaking to administration. Additionally, in the past, we've had Senate newsletters sent out to every single student, mass email in prior years. We've done that before, so this would be nothing much different. And it was fairly weekly when we would send these things out. We just simply stopped doing it because no one wanted to give the effort.
One quick question. So in terms of calendar events, would you I assume you wouldn't want to just be Senate specific, like have events from all SG funded organizations?
No, it'd just be student government as a whole. So similar to how we have exams coming up on.
Maybe not. Okay. Maybe not. Sorry, not to interrupt. Maybe not SG funded, but I'm saying like, would you want like agency events, so like to also be part of this calendar?
I would like it. I mean, if they would like to.
And in that case, would we potentially have to maybe like share the burden of management with the agencies?
We could. Yeah.
So is there anything that, do you think that should be like amended to maybe reflect that?
I mean,
Or is it like 20 sentences?
yeah, I mean, no, I mean, what you're saying is valid. Like, similar to how, right now, it's I&C that really operates Instagram, and they post everything for the executive cabinet too. So, I mean, I don't see why now we can't treat it the same way, right? I mean, I'm all for the executive branch also participating in this, because they're the ones that host the events for the most part. So, I mean, we could add Action SG into it. Yeah.
We're now going to move into 5 minutes of debate. Are we ready?
I think the auto opt-in is like I could, like they often advising courses and stuff on campus. I don't really want to be a part of that either.
I will say, from experience, student opinion of SG is typically pretty negative. I'm not sure if forcing a Canvas page to populate on the screen would necessarily improve that relationship with the student body. I think this should exist. And I don't disagree that having a calendar for events, for example, is a bad, I think it's a great idea. I think there's two issues I have. A, the proviso needs to be stricken from this because we'd be in violation of it right now. And B, I would like to amend it to include opt-in at some point in here. Just not only because, I mean, if we do our job right, reaching out to students, holding town hall meetings, for example, doing the things that we need to be increasing our presence doing, then not only would we be looked on more favorably by the student body, but then students would have a genuine interest rather than, like when I see career readiness pop up on my Canvas page, it doesn't necessarily make me want to click on it. I feel like they're just going to opt out immediately. So it does take some interest in student government. Like you don't automatically, like I'm trying to think of an example that's not within student government where you would automatically be put into the category of receiving something without opting in which it's not annoying. Like if you receive mail from someone who you didn't opt in to receive mail from, it's not fun and it's not going to improve your opinion of that organization. So I think for that reason, I'd like to amend this to include the words opt-in. A Canvas course titled
I also just
Yeah.
want to add on that, yes, I understand that we want to bring involvement, or we want to increase engagement within the student government, but I also think that Canvas inherently is strictly academic, and while student government, yes, it does relate to academics, it is an extracurricular at the end of the day, and Canvas is, again, the whole point is for academics, so I think we have to take that into consideration as well. Are there any other, so, okay, we're gonna move into 2 minutes of final privilege. Raj, whenever you're ready.
So when it comes to proviso, yeah, I mean, this bill was written before the new year, so of course, that should be struck. When it comes to the opt-in thing, I mean, I have my personal disagreements with that. I see that point of view, the annoyance of it. I will mention though, there are a third of our population of grad students who don't really have the time to go out of their way to opt in on stuff, and they can't really be communicated to easily. So having this auto-populate for their classes is that much more convenient for them to participate in the entirety of student government, especially if we're trying to be doing initiatives for them and trying to represent them. They're really underrepresented when it comes to student government, so just giving them an outlet to see it and not having them opt in and jump through even more hoops just to get updates is a crucial thing. They make up a third of our student bodies. Additionally, what about the students who don't live on campus and who are UF online or outside the country? They still have every right to be represented. They have every right to be informed. It's going to be very hard for them to figure out that this is even a thing, that they can opt in. If people see it pop up, they'll be like, oh, what's this? Some people at least, and we'll click on it and be like, I didn't know we had student government to begin with. So there's that point of view that I just like to bring up, and that I would like everyone to think about is like, we're a very large school, opting in might be the better viewpoint just because of the sheer number of students. I know it might annoy some people, and they can opt out, and that will be 10 minutes at maximum. They'll opt out, it'll be out their hair, versus the people who will benefit who would not know about this otherwise. That's really what it comes down to for me, and I think the benefits outweigh the cons here. Some minor annoyance so that thousands of students can benefit out of it. That's all. I do.
What information? Right, Senator again.
Yes.
Theoretically, as you mentioned mass emails before, would it not be possible to invite all students to join the Canvas link through a mass email that would reach all off-campus students and graduate students?
Yeah, you can do that in theory, yes.
Are there any motions at this time?
I move to amend SSB 2024 1027 to strike the proviso by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to amend SSB 2024 1027 to say.
I also note that the clerk is not here at this point.
No, I'm charging my laptop.
I'm sorry, I did not see you. It sounds like
It's not here.
I apologize. Retract the statement. Okay, continue on.
Okay, yeah. I move to amend SB 2024 1027 to include the words, to change the first sentence of this bill to say, University of Florida Student Government shall establish an opt-in Canvas course titled, and then continue on, I believe, yeah, that is enough. By unanimous consent.
Are there any objections on that? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to approve SSB 2024 1027 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1027 have now officially been approved. We're now going to move into SSB 2024-1028, Student Performer Opportunities and Accolade SPOA Act, Twitter Code Provision, again, authored by Senator Rajmia, sponsored by President President Johnson C. Stevens. Rajmia, whenever you're ready to go to 5 minutes presentation.
SPOA. So, basically, SGP will have to host at least one festival-style event or tabling event within the fiscal year to showcase student performers. There's one event to showcase student performers, and it's defined in each section respectively. If they choose a tabling style event, they shall ensure that all performers contracted for the event have the necessary space to conduct their performance. Basically, the goal of this is to have one event hosted by SG that highlights student talent and student voices in productions. That's all the goal here is. This idea was initially thought up in the initial, the reform bill for SGP and Accent that we passed in the summer. This section was an initial draft, but we removed it because we were talking with the executive branch at the time. And they weren't too big of a fan. They were like, okay, let's do this when we revisit later. So this section is simply just trying to throw a bone to student performers and have them have a light shined on them by SG. I don't think it's too much to ask. That's the goal of this bill. Please ask questions. I yield.
Great. Going to finance the Q&A.
All right, so I have written similar legislation to this with President Pro Tem Sockett and with President Brickman. Ours is very, very similar. It has one extra thing that says that the contest winner would become the header for the next SGP show for a duration determined by the head of SGP. So I don't know how to go about this because
Contest.
so festival, essentially, the festival style event would be a contest where, like, if there was student performers at this at the festival, where the winner would get some sort of reward by getting to expand their name or their musical talents and spread it to other students. So I don't know how to proceed from here because
Yes?
Again, I think Williams, would you be able to just, the author's amendment, read out the language of the amendment to the bill?
Which bill was this submitted under that you're
This is
referencing?
SSB 2020.
Bill 95.
Also, to my knowledge, I believe that there is already events like this being held where there is a contest. Or is that for you?
This was last year.
I would say I don't think that this specific bill is saying contest, it's just saying
yeah.
So why are we
Festival
going
It
why are we
was-
going back to?
Could you?
What bill are you referencing?
So, me, President Brinkman, and Senator Rubai authored something for basically an event where students are able to compete in a way where to open or headline for the next student government production show. I believe Senator Rubai is asking if it would be okay to tack on that portion to spell out.
Can I see the tech, like, was that submitted? Can I see the
You,
text?
can you send the text?
I have a few questions, if that's
Yes.
right. So was that bill submitted this week for consideration by the Judiciary Committee?
No, no.
Oh, no.
Is it an amendment to this bill, or is it a separate bill?
Separate.
It was separate, but I think we should make it an amendment.
It seems like these are two completely separate bills.
Well, it would be the same festival, where, because this has.
Well, because Socket just said that the idea was to have the winner of a contest that, as Lori just said,
Yes.
already exists, that SGP does, and the winner of that contest.
SGB doesn't do it, but I was thinking that idea has been done before.
So,
They have-
So,
similar,
Can I just see the text of the bill at
Yeah,
least?
yeah, sorry.
But I believe that that's a different circumstance. I believe that SGP doesn't do that event.
SGP does two shows.
Well, this would mandate that it does this.
Correct, so it'd be different elsewhere. So I retract the statement.
So
In the
to
sense
clarify a
that-
little bit, basically, where this says that student performers showcasing, that are being showcased, mandated to be showcased at least once within the fiscal year at the showcase, our bill, which is similar, very similar, would basically say that this festival style event would function as a contest in which the winner, it outlines that this festival style event is a contest that would do this. And, yeah, he has the text of it, yeah.
I was just curious. Could I just,
Yeah.
Oh, okay, so it's just this.
Just the process, and I think I formatted it
So it's above.
as if it was an I think I formatted it as,
Yeah,
I just fixed it, I'm sure.
yeah.
Oh, did you want to add something? I apologize.
Sorry, I like to wait to be called on.
Oh, sorry.
And the possible avenue here might be that because the bills are substantially similar, I would advise that you approve the bill and then the amendments be added either from the floor if they need time to workshop the amendments. Or I guess the Judiciary Committee could take the initiative to try to amend it now, but I don't know if that would be constructive because there hasn't been enough time.
Yeah, I think
It could be amended.
Yes.
Okay, so this bill, okay, so in the initial reform bill for SGP and accent was made by both Jonathan and I. And this was really, this part of it was Jonathan and I's like really like our brainchild part of it. As I'm not opposed to making the amendment personally, but I can't like give you guys a green light without Jonathan also signing off on it because like we wrote this bill together in this section. So like I can't give you guys like a green light to do so right now. So like I'm not amenable to making an amendment here and now, maybe later on, but for the reason like I don't know if Jonathan would be okay with it.
Yeah.
Is the issue.
Yeah, I think that's totally reasonable, and I think it's a great bill, so.
I do want to caution the committee that if they fail this bill, and then the competing bill is proposed because it is substantially similar, as we already recognized, it wouldn't be heard,
Understood.
which is why I'm advising that it be approved and then amended from the floor in Senate.
Yes.
We're still in debate, so is there any more debate?
It's a great bill to pass.
Or 2 minutes final privilege, or maybe that we.
What?
Final
We
privilege.
just jumped? Oh, okay. Yeah, I'll talk to Jonathan about it, if we can make an amendment on the floor later, and he's amendable to it. If not, we can always write another bill, and with that section in it. Yeah, I really like both ideas, we'll see where it goes from here.
Are there any motions at this time?
I move to pass 2024-1028 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1028 has been officially approved. We're now moving on to SSB 2024-1029, the Virtual Meeting Realignment Act, Green Code Division again, authored by Senator Rajmia. Senator Rajmia, whenever you're ready to provide presentation.
We have some redundancies when it comes to virtual meetings. Bill mentioned basically an identical format. So what you see here is what is also in the RMP near identically. And for me, it's just striking that why do we have literally the same text both in our RMP and in our codes? So I'm striking it from the codes. That's what this bill does. It still mandates that we have to fulfill all these requirements in order to have a virtual meeting. This is really just get rid of redundancy. I don't know if there's anything else I could add, I yield.
Now moving on to 5 minutes question and answer.
Could you point out that section of rules and procedures, please?
Yeah. I should be able to just look up virtual meetings. Rule
Yes,
3,
okay.
Section 3?
Got it. Thank you.
Near identical.
Oh, it is near identical.
Yeah.
Okay, let me- Yes, okay.
I'm just coming from like, why
Yeah,
do we
it's
have this
redundant. You're-
twice?
Yes. Okay.
Any more questions? Nope. We're gonna move on to 5 minutes of debate. Or is ready?
It appears twice. It should be.
Yeah.
This makes sense.
Raj, do you waive your 2 minutes final privilege?
Yeah.
All right, we're now gonna move on to motion. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1029 by unanimous consent.
All right, just seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1029 has been officially approved. We're now moving on to SSB 2024-1030, the Joint Quorum Act, version again, authored by Senator Rajmia. Senator Rajmia, whenever you're ready.
This bill, because there was so much contention over whether or not how many seats you could approve if we did below quorum, there was multiple camps on how to interpret this thing. So I decided to just write up something so for anything going forward, if we ever get below quorum, you can fill more. Oh wait, I did not finish that sentence.
No.
Okay, no, well, the final draft was initially supposed to be 51, so you could get quorum, but, yeah. Yeah, 51 seats, which constitutes quorum in the Constitution, which is the majority of authorized seats, which is 51 of 100. So you can fill up to 51 seats to get quorum. Yeah, so you'd have to make an amendment for that to be true for this bill. That was the goal of this bill. Well, wrong draft was sent. That's ideal, I guess.
We're now moving to 5 minutes of question and answer.
Wait, could I ask what specifically this changes? I'm a little bit confused how 51 and quorum are not interchangeable in this regard.
This is the goal of this bill. So if we ever dip below 51 seats, you can't have quorum. You have to have 51.
Yes.
And how this bill is currently written is that it's very vague. So in theory, if you dip below 51 seats and you have 49 senators, instead of filling up just to 51, in theory, depending on one's interpretation, you can fill all 100 seats. This would simply define how many seats you can fill up to, which is up to quorum, which is 51. This is just because it's vague enough for one's interpretation to be very liberal, and they can fill every seat with what you desire.
Okay.
Any other questions? All right, we're moving to 5 minutes of debate. What is already?
I don't have any problems with that.
I'm just a little bit confused about the implication that you couldn't fill vacancies past 51, because currently the understanding is filling vacancies, you can fill any available vacancy. And the only event I can see in which there wouldn't be, there will be so many vacancies where there isn't quorum is following an election where the senators don't get confirmed, I guess. I just wonder if it's a bad thing to keep the definition of replacement the same. I get that, like, it was vague before, but I think specifying it to say exactly 51 is a bit extreme, because in that event that they fill it to 51, and then one senator is not present at the meeting, then we could theoretically never meet for quorum. So I think it's actually, the implications that the student senate could possibly not meet longer than it should have. So I think that's a reasonable concern to have.
Parliamentarian, did you want to make a comment?
Right, yes. In cases like this, I think that it isn't quite under implication. It might be under clarity, just because the rules before, since they were up to different competing interpretations, that is what prompted this legislation to be presented. I do want to point out, which is why I'm standing, that it may be worthwhile for the committee to consider which laws should be clarified by the Supreme Court before they are amended by the legislature, in order to know really what the tangible impact of an amendment like this one would be.
Are there any other points we need?
Yeah, I think basically I don't think it's a bad sentiment. I'm not sure if arguing specifically 51 is reasonable. Just considering it could force the Senate to not meet for longer if any one senator doesn't show up for the meeting. I think that goes against exactly what filling the seats is meant to do, to get us back up to quorum. So I think for that reason, for both implication and clarity purposes, this bill should fail.
Any other? Okay, we're going to move on to 2 minutes final privilege. Are you ready?
I probably should have finished that last sentence in the draft that I sent, so I get it. Fail it, don't fail it. I mean, y'all's prerogative. Yeah, I do.
Is there any motions at this time?
Move to fail SSB 2024-1030 by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1030 has been officially failed. Now moving on to SSB 2024-1031, the Constitutional Powers Act, 500 codes provision again, offered by Senator Rajmia. Go again, 5 minutes.
Okay. As a member of the Budget and Appropriations Committee, I have a bone to pick with this specific code, because both the Constitution states that we can't pass any law that abridges our own power. Yet at the same time, the Constitution also mandates only the Senate may have monetary powers. We have sole authority over that. So what doesn't sit with me is this code specifically, and that only the Senate Student Government Executive Committee may initiate its reserve transfer funding, when the majority of that committee is made up of members of the executive branch. So effectively, we have abdicated our authority on initiating reserve transfers to the executive branch, which is an abridgment of our constitutional authority and duties. So my proposal to rectify this is simply to just strike the code completely. Because there's another code in the 800 codes that allows that any senator may initiate. There's a discrepancy both in the 800 codes and the 500 codes. There's 2 instances of it saying that it has to be the Senate Executive Committee. There's another instance saying that any senator may initiate it and we'll just have to go through budget. In my view, the two instances need to be struck, and the only one that should really remain is that any senator may initiate or propose an initial reserve transfer. We should get the ball rolling by striking this, and budget can deal with the rest of it. Or we could go a different route and just start litigating the shit out of this through the courts. Either or, one way or another, this question will be answered. In my view, it's a no-brainer. We should just strike this to get the ball rolling. The student body president, treasurer, and vice president shouldn't have any authority over the reserve transfers because it's something unconstitutional, as the Constitution states. They don't have any monetary authority. They just don't, in that regard, to do this with the reserve transfers. So it's mind-boggling that this is already even written in the codes. This is probably one of the most egregious things in our codes of breaching the separation of powers, is that we've really given the executive branch the control of our $6 million reserves, which is supposed to be the sole authority of the Senate. So yeah, please ask questions. I yield.
Questions?
Can you point out to me, I see it come up again in 820.1. Can you point out the third case that contradicts with these?
3 cases. There's 2 cases in the 800 codes, 1 case and 1 that I'm
Yes.
trying to amend. 1 second. I believe it's like one of the definitions. The reserve account 800.07. I know it defines the definition, but if I remember correctly, this should be one of the ones. Student government has an account that consists of funds left over of excess budget. This account is non-recurring in nature. In order to expend these funds, a specific law must be drafted and approved to the student senate. Yeah, so that's the ones effectively saying that any senator can propose a law via definition that you can initiate a reserve transfer. The other instance, which I believe is one that you found in the 800 codes, which
Yes.
mandates that the executive committee does it. So we have 2 codes, one being the one I'm amending, another one in the 800 codes that can only be amended by budget, that are in support of us abdicating our power, and another one in 800 codes by definition that says that we have the power to propose a bill. So there's already a contradiction in
Yeah,
there
there's gonna be.
by definition. So we can either amend these or we can litigate this. Litigating is a much longer route. I don't want to do that, so I'd rather have this amended. And of course, I can't amend both at the same time because it's 2 different committees and they work on different schedules.
Yeah.
So one of these has to happen before the other, unless you guys are going to have meetings at the same exact time and I sit on budget. So that's probably not going to happen. Yeah.
When was this code written and passed? Do you know how long this has been in effect?
It says the last amendment to this chapter was the 2021. The first amendment to this chapter was made in 1972.
Okay.
So any time in that time frame, this
So-
code came about.
So this code has been around for a long time. Is there a reason it hasn't been litigated by the court? Oh,
I don't know if necessary.
I can give some history knowledge here. So it has the executive committee, at least from my research of student government, has existed since the 70s. This power, I believe, they got in the 90s, and I'm surprised it hasn't been challenged yet. But yeah, I believe they got this in the 80s, and they've existed since the 70s, at least according to the records I have.
Right, so I do want to point out that I did challenge this before the court, and the court didn't allow me to pursue the case for no stated reason, I might add. But previous Supreme Court decisions do offer some clarity on the matter, and I'm going to read the decision. It's very short, and how the committee chooses to interpret that in the face of this bill is, of course, the committee's prerogative. But in re Pedron Racines, this case involves the role of the Student Government Executive Committee in appointing executive positions in the University of Florida student government. This committee is comprised of 6 students from multiple branches of student government and has had until this decision a binding vote to appoint principally executive officers. The court finds that this practice is unconstitutional. The separation of powers doctrine ensures that no branch oversteps its power, encroaches upon another branch, or blurs the voter's ability to delineate which actor is responsible for certain decisions within government. The 3 branches exist to provide balance and check the power of one another. The Executive Committee is currently comprised of members of both the legislative and executive branches of student government. The composition of the committee is, in and of itself, not a violation of the Constitution. However, the committee may not have a binding vote to appoint officers that are principally executive in nature. The role belongs solely to the executive branch, which is headed by the student body president. The student body president may collaborate with any individual or branch he or she chooses, but the president retains the final decision-making power. Upon appointment, the legislature has the right to confirm the executive candidate. The current practice places the legislature on both sides of the appointment process and is a clear violation of the Constitution and the framers' intent. Nothing in this opinion requires that any prior committee appointee be removed, but it is also within the executive's sole discretion to remove any principally executive officer in accordance with the Constitution. Removal then triggers the president's unfettered right to begin the appointment process anew. I will say that in this case, of course, it doesn't have much to do with the executive branch. It instead has to do with the legislative branch, as in the senator's case, I mean. In this case, it would place the legislative branch on both sides of approving a budget process. So it is similar in that respect. And I thought that since this is, as far as I know, the only case law on the executive committee and its constitutional binding powers, that it would be worthwhile to present to the committee for its consideration.
Thank you. All right.
Any other questions?
I'm really throwing you guys with the judicial framework today.
Right? Okay, I have one more question.
Okay.
So, before getting into the murkiness of all of this,
Okay.
I want to be clear with who would receive this power if this is removed from the codes. Because it's not clear in that definition, at least not clear enough in my opinion, that it is allowed for senators and solely senators to be the ones who initiate reserve transfers. So, in my opinion, if this were to be stricken, I would like to see something that definitively outlines, not as a definition, but as a code, that the solely student senators would be allowed to initiate this, if that is where this route is taking us. That would be if we agree that the executive... Okay.
We're now going to move on to 5 minutes of debate. Are you guys ready?
Okay. Frankly, I'm not sure how to interpret this. This definitely, it should be litigated. I know it's a lengthy process. This is a significant issue. I'm surprised it hasn't been contested before this. This is kind of crazy. I do not think that this bill right here is sufficient to correct the problem in the codes. So I think that barring that, either I would ask to table, fail, or withdraw, so you could resubmit, depending on the Supreme Court decision, if it goes that far. I don't think it would be a good idea to pass this bill without either A, clarifying who exactly can initiate reserve transfers, or B, getting a definitive opinion of the Supreme Court, especially if we come to a separate conclusion from the Budget Committee, which has to deal with the same exact problem. It's going to be litigated. So I do not think we should pass this bill. I think it should be withdrawn, not failed. Because I don't necessarily think, because I want this bill to be reintroduced again pending a Supreme Court decision or litigation, but I don't think we should pass it right now. So I would urge the author to withdraw it if possible. If not, I intend to fail this based
Okay.
like that. I mean, I could table this for a while, but I know litigation takes a while to go through, and I don't want to keep raising from the table over and over again. So I think, I mean, point of information, if this has failed, this could not come back in front of us in the same, could you still strike even though it was voted down? I don't think you could.
Well, in this case, because you are striking the entirety of the statute, it really just depends on whether or not the statute is rewritten, or part of it is struck and the other part. It really depends on how the bill is ultimately presented. Personally, I believe that it would not be wise to pursue that route, just because that would make it such that the only way for this bill, for that statute to be changed, is if it were to be brought down by judicial review. And as I previously stated, the one time that this was before the court, it did not get heard. So I don't know if if we should defer to the judicial branch in a case like this.
All right, so I see two options here. I see either withdrawing this, or I will propose an amendment to strike the entire thing, and it'll be a blank bill. And like, I could fail that without it conflicting if it comes up again. But I do not intend to pass this bill or table it, because it doesn't make a lot of sense, considering we have to pick it up with the rest of the legislation that we have to do. And this really needs someone in the judicial branch to adjudicate some decision before we render ours.
Yeah.
So, point of information, Senator Mia, would you prefer to withdraw this, or?
I mean, I'll withdraw. I mean, I can. The only thing I would say is that if, like, for whatever reason, let's say we did pass this and it got put into law and this was no more in the codes, this wouldn't change anything functionally at the moment. Like, you'd still have to go to the Senate Executive Committee, legal or not, because of the codes as it's outlined in the 800 codes.
Yes.
So both the one mentioned in the 800 codes and the 500 codes are both redundant. So I'm just putting that out there, is that it wouldn't be a crisis if this was disappeared now.
I think, if anything,
I
agree.
can withdraw it still.
Okay.
Like, I'm just saying it's not a crisis
Yeah.
if we did go ahead with it.
I think it might be a better idea if, I mean, is this on the block that's supposed to be heard by the budget committee?
No,
coming
not
up?
at the moment.
I think it would be prudent for them to render a decision first, so that this is the final instance, so the redundancy is handled in the Judiciary Committee.
All right.
So I think that's reasonable.
It's kind of funny if they said the opposite. But okay. I'll withdraw it, but I don't know if it's admissible for me to just withdraw it now or not.
Table it, well, the assumption that you will withdraw it.
Okay.
And if
Yes.
you again, we'll
Okay.
fail it.
I withdraw.
Are there any other wishes for this time?
I move to table SSB to 2024-1031 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1031 has been officially tabled. We're now going to move on to SSB 2024-1032. The Satellite Campus Student Government Alignment Act, 100 Codes Revision again, authored by Rashmia. Whenever you're ready.
Okay. This is 32, right? Yes. 32 goes hand in hand with 33,
Yes.
so you should probably get 33.
Yes.
I think I know where this bill is going. It's probably going to be tabled because it's so detailed. This entire saga of writing establishes a proper procedure for us to establish a satellite student government campus, and so they can govern themselves. If any of you guys don't know, we're about to have like another campus in Jacksonville that's going to be, how many students?
I think they're hoping for 10,000.
10,000 students, so if you do the behind the envelope math, that's like $3 million of A&S fees that we would raise out of that. We don't really have a mechanism for them to have any senators to be here in Senate. In theory, if they were all grad students, they could be represented by grad students. But none of them would be at that campus to represent them and to come here, because we don't allow in our rules and procedures for there to be virtual meetings. And there's no way in hell someone from Jackson is going to commute every Tuesday to sit here from 7 to 11. So quite literally, they'd be a functioning colony where we get $3 million for free. I don't think that's okay. I spoke to the private budget chair, Blake, about it. He's like, yeah, they should be able to do whatever the fuck they want to do with their money. So basically, the core of this is to establish their own student government, so they have $3 million to do whatever they want as long as it's legal. That was the idea behind this. Also, by virtue of them being students, they still have the right to vote for executive offices, because as students at the University of Florida, there's only one representative of students on the Board of Trustees, and that is Olivia Green, student body president. So they still maintain every right to vote for those executive offices, even if they're in Jacksonville. So that also provides that they still have their enfranchisement for that. Basically, this first bill creates a chapter just in the table of contents officially. The following bill, which we'll hear next, creates the meat of the bill, which is 9 pages long. It talks about every stakeholder. I try to be as detailed as possible, and for everyone's knowledge, we did have an ad hoc committee about this. The ad hoc committee did review it. We were not able to hear this because time constraints of last semester. So, what, did we get past first reading? I think we did get past first reading. Maybe. I'm not entirely sure, but yeah, I think we did. Yeah, if you look at the sponsors line, the following bill will have even the ad hoc of satellite affairs sponsoring it. I really want this to pass because there's going to be a lot of graduate students in the coming years that will have their money be used if we don't have this for purposes that they don't even know about. And that's gonna be like, again, I'll reference, it'll literally be a colony. And this doesn't mandate that there is a student government, this sets a framework, so Senate can do like an active union, which I call it here, which creates it. So this doesn't even establish it, this allows us to have the framework to establish it. So this is just like the first foot in the door. So, ask questions, I yield.
I'm gonna move to 5 minutes of question and answer, whenever you're ready.
This
Question?
comprehensive document, I don't really have a lot of questions. How long did this take you? Just as a,
I did this during one of my breaks, just like as I was visiting family in Virginia. And for some of the free time when I was on the plane and stuff, I was just writing it because it popped in my head. So it took like a week to for me to actually stop, start, and finish the majority of it, and then some edits in the committee when the committee was established. It was like winter break or something.
one more question.
Yeah.
Does that ad hoc still exist?
No, I was discharged at the end of the last semester because we thought we were getting this bill through 2 readings. So we were like, there's no need for the committee. But because of the entire semester and how it dragged on, it's never got heard in its entirety. Only got through first reading, so it was discharged when the bills hit the floor.
I have a question.
Yeah.
You said, I tried to read it best. You said something about how they would vote in like student body exec. Can you give me where that's outlined exactly?
I think it's probably like right to voters. Like just someone, I'm gonna use this keyboard real quick. Yeah. I almost choked there, sorry. 909.1. Students of satellite campuses shall be guaranteed the right to vote and run for student body-wide office in the main campus student government, which references the Gainesville, us, student government, and the executive branches that come alongside that.
Washington,
Is
D.C.
there anything in the bill that outlines how
How they would vote?
the elections would run? Who
Yeah.
would run them?
So there's some vagueness to it, and that they're guaranteed the right to it, so it falls on the Supervisor of Elections and Elections Commission to guarantee that, right? So if they are gonna solely do it by absentee ballot, I guess they'll do it solely by absentee ballot. If they establish a polling location, it's their jurisdiction to do so. Just like how they can establish whether or not Marston's a polling location, they can establish a library at that new campus as a polling location. Or they can say, we don't have the resources, you guys have to vote me absentee.
Okay.
One more question, just to clarify. So because they're full students of UF and have rights to vote and run in elections, theoretically they could become like student body president, a student at the off campus.
Yeah, in theory they can.
Okay.
I mean, that's just an inherent right for them.
Yeah, I figured. I just wanted to make sure it was in there. Yeah.
So
Okay.
yes.
So, Terry, did you want to make a comment?
Right, yes, it has to do with legality and the constitutionality. So I admittedly haven't been able to fully internalize what's on the bill, so I'll refrain from that sort of feedback. But I do want to direct the committee's attention to the problem of voting rights at the satellite campuses, because I do believe that this is a very crucial piece of legislation. A&S fees are being raised from these locations, but they have little to no say or ability to send a representative to our student government. And we've had issues with members of satellite campuses receiving absentee ballots on time. So this does, not passing this bill or a version of it, would expose the university to real-world litigation because of the lack of access to students' own resources. I think that the major concern that I have outside of voting rights, which I've been very vocal about over the last couple of months, is the fact that satellite campuses are already defined by the university through regulations. I do not know, and I would urge the committee to consider the existing satellite campuses as they have been defined by the university. We have one in Italy, for example, and I do not know how that would fit into this framework. Regulations aren't laws of the state, but they are, I believe that university regulations can be considered under the legality criteria of the Judiciary Committee.
To clarify that, with this being a framework, in theory, you could establish multiple satellite student government campuses. So it's not just limited to the Jacksonville one. You could establish one, if there's one in Italy with a substantial enough population that we feel right that they should have it, we can do that with this bill, the way that it's written.
Thank you.
So, follow-up question. So let's say a student in Italy was to run and win student body president.
I mean, hats off to them for winning that. I mean, right now, we have students in India and China, and they still have the right to run. And they can, if they get the signatures on blue and black ink and turn into Ethan Halley in person to them. So like, in theory, everyone has these rights and they can do it. This wouldn't change that at all. So like, I guess it would be moot, they can still run. We have people in Sri Lanka who are UF alumni, still have that right.
To be less extreme then, let's say someone in Jacksonville won.
Yeah.
How would they have to still perform? Like how, someone in Jacksonville, how would they run knowing that they would most likely not be able to fulfill the role? How would we even apply, you know what I'm
I
saying?
mean, you could ask that about any graduate student because a lot of them have children. It's like, how could they fulfill that role? I mean, that's something for voters to decide whether or not someone can fulfill that role because they're not at the main campus ultimately, right? So like, if the voters don't know who this person is and they're in the middle of Nevada or Jacksonville, they're not going to vote for them. I mean, this question is more about like their constitutional rights. So it's like, I don't know.
Parliamentarian, you want to make a comment?
The Supreme Court in 2020 decided that there is a difference between a student's right to run for office and a student's right to take office. I believe that the comment from the senator here is stating that the student would be able to, at minimum, take office if they were to somehow win. But the question of whether or not students from the satellite campuses can run for office has yet to be answered. It would be addressed through the legislature, and I do believe that it is worth considering because at the end of it all, the bill, I believe, guarantees the right of students in the satellite campuses to vote for the executive branch, which is, of course, campus-wide. It allows them to have a representative in the Board of Trustees. The student body president isn't necessarily required to be present in those meetings in the same way that senators and members of the legislature are. So it wouldn't necessarily conflict for someone to be elected in the Italy campus, just to go to the extreme, and assume the office of student body president. The question really is whether or not the legislature would want to define whether or not they are eligible to run for those offices, because running a student government from a different continent is difficult and perhaps even disenfranchising.
Thank you. Do we have any other questions? Okay, any other questions? Okay, we're going to go on to 5 minutes of debate when everybody's ready.
All right, this clearly needs to happen at some point. I think sooner is better than later. My point of information for the parliamentarian: how quickly does this open up UF for litigation if this is not passed today? Is this something that could happen immediately, or when does this really become a larger issue? I want to know exactly the timeline here.
Well, technically speaking, I already presented a case to the Supreme Court about satellite campus students not really being represented in student government. The university is exposed to litigation right now because the Supreme Court did not hear my case. I am not saying I'm going to sue the university, but if someone else in a satellite campus wanted to do so, we already don't allow satellite campus students effective representation because we can't guarantee that they're going to get their absentee ballots there on time. It's part of the reason that I was pushing for polling locations to be opened at satellite campuses, because that would in my view, eliminate the need for satellite campus student governments altogether if they could just vote directly from their satellite campuses. I hope that clarifies.
Any other comments from you?
Okay, clearly, especially after hearing that this needs to be passed. My only concern, and this is a rather large one, is that I'm sure this is a very long document. I've read it. I'm not sure I know exactly what every part is about this is a very complicated document. It needs to be passed soon, but I doubt, and I don't want to impose this opinion on anyone else, this isn't necessarily true, that any member of the committee or the Student Senate itself not everyone has read this document or fully understands it, which is dangerous, just because it's such a long piece of legislation and it's so vital. This is clearly very important. So I don't know how we should proceed. It also I don't know why we dissolved this ad hoc if it didn't finish its work with the bill. I would be much more confident in passing it today immediately if the ad hoc had gone through 2 readings and passed it, because that was the oversight. They were dedicated solely to this bill, which deserves that much attention.
When the bill got discharged, so the Senate President said discharge it to get the bills out of the committee. That was the procedure in order for it to come out of an ad hoc.
Okay.
Is upon discharge, it immediately would go to the floor.
Okay. Was there ever a vote on this in the ad hoc?
Yeah, the ad hoc voted to discharge the bill, and therefore the committee.
Okay.
That's
Alright.
how it functions, but I mean, we could.
Yeah.
Go on with what you were saying.
Basically, this needs to be done right. I'm not sure if it's more appropriate to publish the entirety of Chapter 900, or if it would be more appropriate to publish parts of it at a time to make it easier for senators to completely understand it, to make sure there's no error or no oversight that we missed. I don't know which is more prudent to this bill, but I think that alone might deserve more consideration than immediately voting to pass right now. I don't know if we should reestablish this committee. I feel like that might take a long time. We could set a time frame for this committee. I don't know if that would be effective, but more people have to read this before it's passed.
I have a question though.
Yes.
If we're all in agreement that it's something that needs to be implemented, can't we just pass it and then between the time it takes for first readings and second readings, more people can then read it, more senators will have access to it?
Yes, that is true. It's a reasonable point, actually. I didn't think about it that way. Thank you for pointing it out.
I just wanted to briefly clarify the role of ad hoc committees, but it seems like it's no longer necessary.
Yes, clarified. Okay. Yeah, I don't think creating an ad hoc would be necessarily a good idea. It would just take a long time.
I think I agree with that passing it, kind of litigating in first readings.
Yeah. No matter what, students need more time to pass, but it needs to get through soon. Yeah, I'm not sure if this violates any of the 5 criteria. Frankly, I couldn't tell you if there was no single instance where I felt that way. I could have missed something, and that concerns me a little bit. But I do think that due to the expedited nature of this, that it either needs to be passed or tabled to be heard first. Either way, it needs to happen soon. That's fine.
Sorry. Now we're going to move on to 2 minutes final privilege, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, I know it's a long bill. I think we should just pass it for now. Give every senator a chance to at least look over it when the RNA sends all the bills out, and we can all go about it. RNA also has a prerogative of setting special rules when it comes to hearing a bill. So if we need really a very magnified viewpoint to this bill, both bills, then they can set special rules in accordance with that. So if we need more than 5 minutes of presentation on the floor, or we need a wider discussion, we can create those special rules to have that on the floor. This also gets a chance to get the ball rolling, so we at least have the table of contents there, because it sounds like one way or another we're going to have some form of satellite campus codes, so we can at least get that ball rolling. And for the meat of the bill, and we could break it up potentially on the floor with dividing the question. There's avenues to go about this. I think I agree with, like, I think we should get the ball rolling and get it at least to first reading as soon as possible, so we can go back and forth to make sure, because more eyes the better. If it was a committee of like 7 people, only another ad hoc, we'd have to schedule times, we'd have to go through it all again, and then and only then, a month later, would every senator even have access to it. And then they'd be like, oh, what's this, that, and the other, and by the time you know it, this is now summer beat.
A point of information. Has this bill been sent out to all senators or just the Judiciary Committee?
So this bill was sent out to all senators when it first hit
Okay.
the floor, and everyone ad hoc at that time. This bill specific, yeah, this is the same exact bill, and I just sent it to Socket and them for submission to y'all.
Yeah.
So of this current term, if any newly elected senators, if there's only new ones here, I don't know, already been here, I've been here for a minute, this is probably y'all's first time looking at it.
Okay, are there any wishes at this time?
Point of information. If it is postponed or tabled, which one would be better for ensuring that it is definitively heard next week if that happens?
Tabling it, because postponing it, if you guys forget to, then the bill will be procedurally withdrawn and you
Okay.
can't resubmit it.
Okay. I move to table SSB 2024-1031-32 by unanimous consent.
None objections, seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1032 has been officially tabled. Now we're moving on to SSB 2024-1033. Satellite Campus Student Government Establishment Act, Manager Code Revision, again, authored by Raj Mia, sponsored by...
Point of order. So I know we did wrong there. We didn't hear 31 and 32 and 33 together. I rescind my earlier motion. I move to suspend the rules and create a block. Point of information.
Yes, sir.
So earlier I suspended the rules to create a block for the ASOE nominations. Does that mean that the precedent has been set to create a block for these two pieces of legislation to
No,
be tabled
absolutely.
together?
Committees can hear anything they wish to as a block unless it's expressly prohibited in the rules and procedures, and the
Okay.
rules and procedures are silent.
Okay, so I rescind my earlier motion. I move to suspend.
Sorry. So the motion that you made previously has already been voted on, and that vote has been declared, and the chair has now moved into consideration of 1033, which means you can't rescind that previous motion. What you're going to have to do is you're going to have someone who voted.
Do we have to know?
It's a little complicated, but you're going to have to essentially have someone move to reconsider that motion.
Could
move to reconsider SSB 10.
What? Really quickly. So we just did this at 20 to 32. Could we not theoretically call the previous question and immediately table?
Oh yeah, you can do that.
33?
I'm just saying,
Okay.
before you move to create a block and then read the
Yes.
previous question and then approve
Okay.
or table the block, you're gonna have someone make the motion to reconsider their vote on tabling.
Okay.
You're gonna have someone make the new motions that you just mentioned, and then you move forward.
Okay, I don't think the creation of the block is necessary if we're tabling both of them together. It doesn't have to be a block, I don't think.
I mean, it does,
That
it's just gonna
change.
take more time, that's all.
Okay, well, if we're... Okay, so I move to call the previous question on SSB 2024-1033 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections, seeing none, the motion passes.
Okay, now I move to table SSB 2024-1033 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections, seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1033 has been officially tabled. We're now moving on to SSB 2024-1034. The Senate Realism Act, Manager Code Revision, again, authored by Senator Raj Mia. Senator Mia, you have 5 minutes for presentation.
The Senate Realism Act changes some of the excuses from, you can have 3 unexcused absences, and instead of 4 combined, it says 8 combined. That's all it does. Yeah, I know.
I'm going to move on to 5 minutes question and answer whenever you guys are ready. Any other questions? Seeing none, okay. I'm going to move on to 5 minutes of debate.
Okay, yes, there is debate. So, so earlier we talked about creating the Canvas pages to hold senators more accountable for being there for their constituents. 8 is excessive. That is 50% of a semester's meetings. I believe that if you are elected to office, that's an unreasonable number. The implication of this is that senators are held less accountable, which goes directly against something that we passed earlier, and it goes against what I think the entire majority of the Senate, like both parties want senators to be held accountable for being there for meetings to represent their constituents properly. So I think that changing this actually is really has a negative implication on how often senators will be present. So I think that's bad for democracy, bad for representing our constituents. I think 8 is a really extreme number, and 4 is already 25% of the meetings of a semester. So I think that that is a reasonable number to have, and I think this bill should fail on the implication.
Is there any other comments? No, we're gonna move on to 2 minutes final privilege whenever you're ready.
Stuff happens, of course. People can be unlucky and happen to have 4 exams on every Tuesday. That has actually happened for some senators. I will attest to that. That has happened. Yeah, I'm just, in terms of the reason why it's named like Senate realism is because I deal with the realism of life. Like stuff happens on Tuesdays, and if it got excused, I don't see why it should be counted against them. But I mean, I understand their point of view. I'm just offering, I guess, devil's advocate of stuff happens, stuff gets excused. Like, could you really hold it against someone for having an exam on Tuesdays? I mean, people elected them to represent them because of their values, and that it is accurate. But at the same time, people don't choose people choose classes, but sometimes they're forced to take classes to meet their requirements. They don't get to choose when their exam dates are. So the idea behind this was just to advocate for people who just senators who literally just got unlucky. Ultimately, fail it, don't fail it, and yep.
Point of information, would it be possible to create some sort of legislation that either advocates or mandates that, I guess it couldn't mandate, that advocates for university policies regarding exams to be changed in the event of a regularly scheduled Senate meeting? Has that been advocated for in the past?
I've actually, the EDA, the vetoed bill that was in 3rd reading, so I referred back to Alfredo's committee. It basically gave everyone an excuse document to get their professors to allow them to have a conversation about missing certain assignments or exams in the absence for Senate. It was just to be a conversation starting. It obviously isn't binding, because I don't think we could get that out of the university for them to move classes for us or assignments necessarily. But that conversation has been partly had, I would say. I haven't had a full conversation with them about, I want you to move your exams so I can conflict with Senate. I think there's definitely going to be some professors that are like, I don't give a shit. So I like where your head's going with that. I said that.
Oh,
No problem. Well, I do believe that the implication criteria has been properly applied in this case. I want to present though that although I find it confusing why excused absences, being excused, count against a senator. I feel like that subverts the Rules and Ethics Committee's prerogatives. But perhaps, rather than failing this bill, it may be possible to revisit it and clarify under which circumstances senators may be reinstated to their position. If they are, for example, removed from their position by non-attendance because they have accrued a certain number of excused absences, then the fact that those absences were excused could be considered by the Replacement and Agenda Committee as one of the objective criteria that they may evaluate to reinstate that senator to that position should they decide to apply for it again. Thank you.
Josh, are you reading the rest of your time?
Yeah.
Now going to motions. Are there any motions at this time?
Point of information.
Yes, sir.
Theoretically, so I agree with what you're saying, and I think that's a reasonable thing to happen. I disagree that could be happening, that would come from this bill itself. I think that would have to be rewritten entirely as its own bill, because that would have to redefine excused absences, combined absences, the criteria themselves. So would failing this prevent that piece of legislation from being submitted?
Not in my opinion.
Okay. I move to fail SSB 2024-1034 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1034 has been officially failed. We're now moving on to
information. Can I move for a 5-minute recess?
Yes.
We're moving into vote of the system. Hold on. Yeah.
Question before we kind of disperse. So Senator Simone Liang has a very important bill that is far off in the docket. She actually has to go to work in like 30 minutes, and she had asked already to do just a phone presentation. It's a resolution.
Which
It's going to be really
Where
quick.
is
I
it?
don't. Let me check. I think it's in the hundreds.
Do you know the name?
It's it's something about mental health days. I'm not sure what number it is, but essentially it's a resolution. I mean, resolutions pretty much almost always just make it way through, so I doubt you guys are gonna have too much of an issue with it. I'm just asking that someone makes the motion to move into that bill before we continue moving forward. Just to hear that really quick so she has the chance and before she's gonna work.
Calling this meeting back to order. Could the clerk please take roll?
Yes. Okay. Wang.
Here.
Here. Brian.
Here.
Here. Rubai.
Here.
Here. Fung.
Here.
Here. Henley.
Here.
Here. Bedin.
Here.
Here. Insuasti. Insuasti. Prieto.
Here.
Here. There are 7 senators present.
With 7 senators present, quorum has been established. We now move into, is there any wish
Point of
list?
order.
Yes.
I move to move forward SSB 2024-1112 to be the current bill.
Yes.
Okay.
Resolution, please.
Rescind that resolution.
Okay, I move to postpone bills SSB.
Whoa, wait.
No.
No, yeah, we're gonna go back to yours.
Okay.
I move to postpone bills SSB 1035 through SSB 2024-1035 to SSB 2024-1111 until after consideration of SSB 2024-1112. Unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We are now going to move on to SB 2024-11112. 112, resolution advocating for the implementation of campus-wide semesterly UF mental health and well-being days, authored by Senator Simone Lang. Simone, are you on the phone there? All right, you have 5 minutes of presentation whenever you're ready.
Okay, awesome. Thank you all, the committee, for allowing me to present on this bill. I do the good work, which is why I was like, I hope I get to present it to you today. So I appreciate you being flexible. I'll keep it quite short because I know you have a lot of other bills to go through today. So it's a simple resolution. It's sort of born out of the work that we've done on the ad hoc committee on mental health. It's also something I've been working on with a few associate provosts and faculty, and presenting in certain weeks and things like that. So basically advocating for, once a semester mental health days that would be campus-wide. That could look like a lot of things depending upon the implementation and this sort of semester idea with the provost and faculty and other administrative staff. I mentioned some of it in some of the clauses towards the end, but it could maybe look like having, campus-wide tabling for mental health resources, promoting the whole Gator app, things like that. It could also look like having online classes instead of having in-person classes, just to have a bit more of a chill day for students and things like that. I just wanted to write a resolution because we're trying to present it through to the provost and also faculty senate soon, and I wanted to have a show of support from the student senate to say that we support this idea. We want to see it, put in place per semester. So again, the language is kind of flexible just because it may change depending upon what the administration thinks would be a good plan for implementing it. But I just wanted to really put it into a resolution because we have been working on it behind the scenes during the summer on that mental health ad hoc committee. And I've gone through several meetings where I presented on it. So I just wanted a way for me to formally introduce this idea and have it passed by the Senate. So to show a strong sense of support for the idea of having these mental health days. You the remainder of my time.
Okay, and I'm going to move into 5 minutes of question and answer. Do you have any questions?
I was wondering if you would be amenable to adding any willing members of the Judiciary Committee to the sponsors line of this resolution.
Yeah, absolutely. The more sponsors, the better for me, for sure. So I'm
not gonna move into 5 minutes of debate. Any debate?
This is a phenomenal bill. Resolution just passed.
Okay. We're not gonna move into 2 minutes of final privilege. Simone, whenever you're ready.
Yeah, thank you guys for considering this today. I'll probably be putting up an amendment later in the week before Senate with additional sponsors, just because I haven't had the chance to circulate it around yet. But I appreciate you guys' vote today.
All right, now we're gonna move into motion. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to amend the sponsors line of SSB 2024 1112 to include the following names: Senator Aaron Rubai.
Or the entire judicial?
Does every member wish to sponsor?
Sponsored by the judicial.
Just do every name. Sponsored by every member individually of the Judiciary Committee by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, my motion passes. Are there any other motions at this time?
Follow. I move to approve SSB 20.
Oh. Rescind your motion, please.
Rescind my motion, please.
I'm so sorry, this is so annoyingly technical. Could someone move to Abby as well? And Rogers?
Oh.
Yo.
Okay.
And me.
Like, I mean, there are other people in the room that probably
I
want
move
to be Abby.
to add the following members that are going to repeat their names to the sponsors line of SSB 2024-1112 by unanimous consent. Please state your name for the record to be on the sponsors line.
Minority Party Leader Nathaniel Pelton.
Senator Aaron Amster.
Senator Rajman.
Senator Hunter Monson.
Senator Arturo Zarate.
Alright, hearing all the names are completed by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any other motions at this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1112 by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, SSB 2024-1112 has been officially passed. We're not gonna move on to SSB, we're actually gonna. Why don't we postpone? We postpone.
So
But that's
Until
what
after
postpone
consideration.
condition has been met, you now go back to the
Yes.
vote.
Gotcha.
Alright, okay, just,
We're now gonna move back into SSB 2024-10.
I move to postpone,
You don't have to. We don't have to keep doing that. You could just literally just move the committee, like move the committee into consideration of that bill. And then
Okay.
just, we'll go back to it afterwards.
I move to move the committee into the consideration of the bill sent to everyone on the Judiciary Committee, as well as the President Pro Temp and all members of the Replacement Agenda Committee, entitled the Spring 2024 Senate Reapportionment Map by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
For the record, does this bill have a number?
It does not.
Okay.
It is the Senate.
I'm so sorry, but you could just move immediately to make the motion to amend the bill title and
Okay.
file name
Yeah,
to
got it.
SSB 2024-1133, since that one's the next
Okay.
available number.
I move to amend the bill as listed in the email as Student Senate Bill 2024-1133, entitled the Spring 2024 Senate Reapportionment Act by unanimous consent.
Are there objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now going to move into consideration of SSB 2024-1030.
1133.
All right, 1133.
It's in your email. It is not in the block, but it was. I've sent proof of submission on time.
Okay. Okay, the Spring 2024 Senate Reapportionment Act, authored by Senator Aaron Rubai. Yeah, we're going to move into 5 minutes of presentation. Whenever you're ready.
All right, so this bill is a reapportionment bill that has been pushed off since the fall. It needs to happen quickly before the election to make sure that every student gets exactly the representation that they are allotted through formulas based on the enrollment of each individual college here at UF. There are 4 changes to this, all related to spring. This does not deal with the fall reapportionment. I repeat that again, does not deal with fall reapportionment. As for spring, it removed 1 seat from the freshman class, 1 seat from the sophomore class, and adds 1 additional seat to both the Liberal Arts and Sciences College and the College of Agricultural and Life Sciences. I arrived at this, I have data that I went through, and it's really long and extensive, and that will be sent out to all parties immediately following consideration of this bill. But basically, what it indicated was that these 2 seats, Cal's and Class, were both underrepresented, whereas the freshman and sophomore classes were overrepresented. So, yeah, basically that's the gist of it. I encourage everyone to pass this today. It needs to happen very quickly for it to go into effect for this spring election. If this does not happen, it's likely that the Supreme Court will mandate at some point soon a separate map of their own choosing and it is better for the Senate to agree on a map than the Supreme Court to dictate it, and that is all.
There's now 5 minutes of question and answers. Anyone have any questions?
What population statistics did you use to back up these numbers?
I can send that data out right now if you'd like. It is really, I'll send it to you. There is a lot of, okay, download. Yeah, there's a lot of data. This Excel document is very large, but I do not want this to go too quickly for us to fairly evaluate it, but I do believe it needs to pass through judiciary today. I do think this needs ample consideration on the floor. That is something that needs to happen. I'll send this document to everyone. Let's see. Okay, it's going to be entitled Spring Reapportionment Data. And it will be sent as I'll forward that through the same email that I sent to everyone before this meeting met today.
Okay, are there any other questions at this time? Okay, seeing none, we're now going to move on to 5 minutes of debate. We're now going to move on to 2 minutes of final privilege. Are you ready?
All right, once again, this needs to happen realistically now. I don't want this to seem rushed. This is something that needs due diligence, as we've seen with past reapportionment maps. However, I do think it's important that the Senate is the one to decide reapportionment for the constituents that we represent. I don't think this should be left unattended for too long until the Supreme Court is forced to dictate a solution. I think that is generally never a good idea, and I recommend that everyone reviews this data thoroughly. If there are any mistakes, which I don't think there are, but I encourage you to look for them, we can always make amendments on the floor. But I do believe that this bill should pass today. I'm going to send that email out right now.
Absolutely. As we all know, the deadline to pass an apportionment was last semester, and we couldn't get around to that for different reasons. But I do want to point out that if we are going to, since we are fulfilling the Judiciary Committee's responsibility to decide an apportionment, it may be insufficient to restrict that to merely just the spring apportionment, because you can still, there's still that constitutional conflict with the fall apportionment. So I believe that there is a way to address that and make everybody happy. The committee ought to consider codifying the Supreme Court's remedial map from the last fall election, just so that it can fulfill the constitutional requirement of apportioning both the spring and fall class. However, add a proviso saying that the fall apportionment portion of it will sunset at the end of the spring semester. That way, we have an apportionment for the spring, we have an apportionment for the fall. It can't be challenged in the court, and it sunsets so that during the summer and beginning of the fall semester, you can still kind of like figure out what it is that you want to do for the fall semester.
I'm amenable to that. Is the rest of the committee? Okay, so I move to amend SSB 2024-1133 to include the language that the ruling given by the courts for the fall 2023 election be codified for the purposes of submitting this bill. However, I also, included in this amendment, would be a proviso that states that that this temporary map created for the fall of 2023, the codification, it would be sunsetted at the conclusion of the spring 2024 semester by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any questions at this time?
Am I allowed to move past mine?
Yes.
Of course. Yeah. All right, I move to pass SSB 2024-1133 by unanimous consent.
Are there any other objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1113 has now been officially approved. We're now going to move on to SSB 2024 was amended.
Wait, point of order, I still need to send out, the, document that was supposed to be after the consideration of SSB 1133. Right, so this is, yes.
Yeah.
I'm CCing, yes.
Would that data not be relevant to determine like the criteria of the bill that we were considering?
Yes, partially. Oh wait, I don't know how we can talk about this, but, we just approved it. So, yes, the reasoning that, the reasoning that we did that is because this needs to be passed, it's extenuating circumstances, and it's not really pleasant, I'm not gonna lie, I don't like that much, but it does need to be heard at this Tuesday Senate meeting. If there was an error in my math, because to me, the math I did proved its constitutionality, if I was incorrect in my math during this, someone should bring that up on the floor of the Senate meeting on Tuesday, and that would affect whether or not it ends up going through first or second reading, but it has been approved, so. Point of information, can I CC you, Simone, Senator Liang, and I'm gonna add, the Senate President and Senator Pro Tem. Okay.
I appreciate that.
Yep.
You should CC,
I should as well. Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Some sense. And this one was doesn't go into effect. It's just there for the say that I think something. And clarify.
I guess seeing as like we're talking right now, I don't know if it's within my right, but I'm just concerned, given that it's 5:30, and there are about 100 bills left for consideration of the committee. I just wanted to know what the plan was. Like, I mean, I don't know how far you want to go for. I'm just kind of curious to know.
I would be amenable to having 2 meetings this week,
Okay.
following up this meeting.
So
So
before next Senate meeting, or
So Tuesday, and then 2 meetings before the following Tuesday.
okay. So your plan is just to table everything else for consideration until that next meeting. Is that what you're
Yes.
suggesting?
I was going, point of information, would it be best to just adjourn the meeting instead of tabling that so we can get to the legislation that was not heard first? Is that more
I
prudent?
mean, you can set
Or-
the time to which to adjourn, if you
Right,
want.
yes.
Why?
You would have to set the time at which to adjourn so that you can continue this committee agenda's business at that next meeting.
Okay. Does it have to be scheduled now for us to do that?
Does it have to be scheduled now?
Would the meeting have to
You
be
can
scheduled
just
now?
say, you can just say, like, the next Judiciary Committee meeting, I feel, because you're going to have to public notice the next Judiciary Committee
Yes.
meeting anyway, so people would have their public notice requirement. Kind of like departing from that point, the Oversight Committee, we approved something as the Voter Protection Act. If this committee would like to hear it, because it did pass, it did pass my committee twice, and then it passed the Senate once unanimously, and I kind of want to settle that debate as quickly as possible. If we can't get to it, that's fine. I just thought that I would ask the favor.
Okay.
I think you guys can do it.
I'm here all night if you guys want to stay. It's reserved till 9.
Yeah, I'm fine with staying.
Yeah. So we'll get through as much as we can, and then I'll.
Yeah.
Okay. Set the time. Okay. Okay. So I move to set the time at which to adjourn at 9 p.m. on the 20th of January 2024 by unanimous consent.
Any more objections?
Really quick. So you're saying that you're going to adjourn the meeting at 9 tonight. Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Yeah, that would
Okay,
go
so
for-
I would not recommend doing that, and I'm sure the parliamentarian would agree, because what you're doing is you are essentially saying that the meeting will officially be over for sure at 9 p.m. So what I would suggest is, like what we did in the Senate, a little bit ago last semester. I would suggest moving to fix the time at which to adjourn until, next week, next Wednesday, whenever you want to meet. And then what you can do is at 9 o'clock as chair, you can essentially, or the motion can be made to make the committee stand adjourned until it's recalled back to order at that later time. And if you want to clarify anything.
Yeah, no, he's right.
So I rescind my motion. What is the correct language to use in this case? So I move to set the time at which to adjourn to the 26th of January at 11:59 p.m. That's Friday night, correct? Just so we're forced to meet again.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. The time to adjourn to 11:59 p.m. on the 26th of January 2024 by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Okay. Point of information. If we still are not done with all of the bills, by the end of that, can I change the time at which to adjourn to the next meeting?
Yeah, you can make the same motion
Again and again.
at a later
Okay.
time. Yeah,
So,
that's fine.
so we're gonna continue the business of the committee exactly where we left off at the next meeting.
Exactly. And what's going to have to happen is that this committee is going to have to figure out when the next most available time to meet is. So you just set it to end at Friday at 11:59. I'm assuming though that your ideal is to meet on Wednesday, Thursday, whatever.
Yes.
I'm guessing you all have to consult each other, see when you can meet, and then contact SGAO so that way they have enough time to public notice when that
Yes.
meeting comes back to order.
Okay, understood.
So just keep that in mind.
All right, so, point of information, what was the bill you were referring to by number?
By number, that's the Voter Protection Act, and I'll get the number for you now. Sorry, this is kind of hard sometimes. We've got
SB 1068.
2024. Oh man, I need to scroll through the whole thing so everything loads, and then I can control F it.
Wait, we can't do anything with the 700 codes, right? We already, yeah, Voter Protection Act.
Oh, we already referred
Yeah,
it to
we already-
RNA. No problem, I'll just deal with it there.
We didn't refer it to, I believe we didn't refer it to RNA, we just tabled them as a block to our own committee, to
Is that
Judiciary Committee.
Okay,
Yes.
yeah, no problem.
Okay.
Alright, so given that information again, we get a lot of information left over, so just keep in mind from this point on, we try and minimize the amount of excessive discussion if possible, but again, don't rush, we'll be as thorough, but again, keep concise. Alright, now we're gonna move on to SSP 2024-1035, the voter records format reform, 00 codes revision, again, all the best in Rajina, and whenever you're ready, don't find any presentation.
Welcome back. So for this bill, I was having a little bit too much fun. So again, I was looking at FSU's and other peer institutions' voter records, and I was kind of jealous how ours is just a simple Excel sheet. So I created this. The Senate secretaries shall be directed to post this a voter record in the following format as practicable. If they can't make it similar to this, they relatively will try at least to do so, and they'll post voter records instead of our boring Excel sheets. Something that looks like this instead. Yeah, I have too much time, guys. All right, I can see.
I'm gonna move on to 5 minutes of question and answer whenever you're ready.
Okay, have you talked to the secretaries about this at all?
I've spoken to the secretaries about reforming some of the process. I haven't spoken to them directly at formatting in this fashion, no.
Okay. With this,
We could just, you could just pass it and get asked specifically later.
I think this would be better accomplished without forcing them to do it, if they are amenable to doing this anyway. I mean, I'm not opposed to passing, I think it's a good idea. I just wanna make sure that they've been properly consulted. So, yeah, I think this can pass. I just wanna make sure that they, like, if there's any way to add me to some sort of, communication, I would
I'll
really
make a
appreciate that.
change.
Love that.
Alright, are there any other questions? Alright, we're gonna move on to 5 minutes of debate whenever you're ready. Debate, alright, we're doing 2 minutes final privilege whenever you're ready.
Yield.
Okay, that's been yielded. Is there any motion at this time?
I move to, pass SSB 2024-1035 by unanimous consent.
Are there objections? Seeing none, SSP 2024-1035 has been officially approved. We're now going to move on to SSP 2024-1036. The regular agenda reform series, your code division again, authored by Senator Rajania. Senator Rajania, whenever you're ready to file.
The Senate Executive Board, which really is on, we usually set a regular time and dates to be set for Senate, so chances are we have the entirety of the Senate planned out ahead of time because we've planned the time and date already at the first RMA meeting. So this just says that they should make a calendar of all the planned Senate meetings for the academic term within 1 week of setting a date and time. That's all. May you?
Question answered.
All right, would you be amenable to adding a proviso that says this starts at the start of summer A 2024 because we currently be in violation of this rule?
Yep, yeah, at the proviso.
Lovely.
Fair. Any other questions? 5 minutes of debate. Okay, we're gonna have 2 minutes final scribbling whenever you're ready.
At the proviso, I do.
Okay.
Are there any wishes at this time?
I move to amend SSB 2024-1036 by creating a proviso that establishes that this legislation goes into effect at the beginning of the summer A 2024 term by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any other wishes at this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1036 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1036 has been officially approved, and now we move on to SB 2024-1037.
This is budget bill, point of order, that bill, yeah,
Alrighty, we're not gonna
refer to budget.
Okay. We're now going to move on to SB 2024-1038, Judicial Injunctive Powers Act, JIPA, Foreign Code Division, authored by Senator Hunter Monson and Minority Party Leader Daniel Pelton. So whenever you're ready, go into 5 minutes presentation.
All right, hello.
That was my last quote.
Hunter, if you want to ask me at the end, you can. This is actually pretty simple. So essentially, we've seen twice in the year of 2023, the Supreme Court has stepped in to issue an injunction upon the Student Senate to essentially, complete business that was necessary for the, smoothness of the Senate's operations. However, there's not exactly any code within the 400 codes that dictates that the Supreme Court has that right. And so this is essentially just a bill that adds a few provisions, allows for the Supreme Court and any other tribunals to effectively have the power to carry out any execution as deemed necessary by those bodies, as well as guarantee that injunctive power over the student government officials and bodies, just to make sure that the codes are in line with what effectively we've done in the Supreme Court. And that's really all there is to it, so I yield the remaining time.
Okay, we're going to move to 5 minutes question and answer whenever you're ready.
Okay, so one thing with this is it has been well established that the Supreme Court does in fact have injunction power. I agree. I think that codifying this is actually a danger to the implication of what it means for other things that the Supreme Court may or may not do that haven't been specifically codified but yet are well established. I think this is a dangerous precedent to set because if it has been well established and it's been operating as such, that codifying this would mean that the Supreme Court in all future instances where they have exercised a well-established practice without it being codified would now no longer be allowed to occur. So I think this bill should fail on the implication, especially considering that if it's already happening, there's no need to codify it like that.
Okay, Senator Bate, see no one, now we need 2 minutes of final privilege, whenever you're ready.
Senator, I disagree with your perspective on what our responsibility is to do to ensure that the precedences that are established in the court are codified as is necessary. I'm extremely concerned that in future cases, not in our Supreme Court, but in real law, if we see that a publicly funded entity such as the Student Senate is being injuncted by a body of students and told to no longer operate for any reason at any time, we may open ourselves up to litigation by students who feel as though their representation has been taken away from them unjustly and unlawfully by not indicating that the injunction power is something that they actually have the right to do. So I do agree that, of course, it is a long-standing precedence of the court, and I understand that sometimes when we have precedences, we see no need to codify them. But in this case, considering that there could hypothetically be a scenario in which the Supreme Court injuncted the Senate indefinitely, and the Senate body was not able to operate, was not able to ensure that there was an allocation of funds, was not able to again, hypothetical, I understand, and we don't always like to deal with hypotheticals, but I'm just essentially establishing a very possible situation where the Supreme Court uses its power improperly to injunct the Senate or even the executive branch, which would essentially take away the students' rights to be heard in the Senate, take away the power of the Senate to undergo its responsibilities. And for that reason, I really disagree. I think that this bill needs to be passed, or at the very least, if you'd like to have further discussion, I wish questions could have been asked and answered, and I hope that we can instead table it for future consideration. But again, I really don't understand why this can't pass. It's just simply, as was stated already, it is precedence already. I see no reason why we can't codify. So I yield the remainder of my time.
I see Senator Watson's also an author, and
Yeah, I just have
remaining,
information.
like, comment.
It's just a point of information. Do any members of the Judiciary Committee have like any issues with any particular verbiage in this? Because that could just be amended if that's the case. Thank you.
Everyone move on to motion regarding parliamentary.
Just a word on application. I take your point. I do think that this does like cast everything into kind of like a weird area where the powers of the Supreme Court would have to be approved of by the legislature. But in this particular case, I would like to bring to the attention of the committee that the executive and legislative branches do not have to listen to the injunctions by the Supreme Court. We do so because we have respect for the separation of powers and we respect our democratic system. This would make it so that they are explicitly binding from the perspective of the legislature. And although I feel like the reason that you cited for implication is actually more properly addressed through this bill, because this would make it so that the Supreme Court's injunctive powers and any other powers can't be questioned by the legislature. I believe sometime in American legal history, one of the presidents said, "Let the Supreme Court enforce their rulings," something along those lines. I feel like this is something that ought to be considered by the committee, although I make no judgments about whether or not the bill should pass.
Are there any wishes at this time?
Yes, hearing that, I think it is reasonable that it at least warrants future discussion. Don't want to fail this bill, so I move to table the bill by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1038 has been officially tabled. We're now going to move on to SSB 2024-1039, the on water voting rights specification number 2024, authored by Senator Hunter Watson, minority party Daniel Pelton, and sponsored by all the senators. And then whenever you guys are ready to find this presentation, go ahead.
Yeah, this is an issue that has been brought up to this student senate year over year. Looking at every single university in the Southeastern Conference, every single one permits online voting. The issue of security has always been brought up as a reason to reject something along these lines. I completely and unwaveringly disagree with that assumption. Again, every reasonable school has already allowed for this to exist. Not only does this allow for online voting as is indicated by the title of the file, but as indicated by the actual title of the bill itself, and I would ask that a motion be made to fix the name of the file to reflect the name of the bill. But it also ensures that we're guaranteeing that absentee ballots are, again, ensured to be given to those who request them and received prior to the election days. And again, the language specifically dictates that this form of voting must be verified and secure. However, the supervisor of elections deem this as necessary. I mean, if we really think about this, I've had so many of my constituents come to me and ask, if we are voting in person using computers from a remote sense, why can we not simply do it from our phones, from a distance? I simply don't see why time and time again we continue to reject a constitutional amendment which only allows for the students to weigh in on their decision and their opinion on such an issue, simply because the Judiciary Committee feels as though it's insecure. It is 2024. Security has been, for the most part, when it pertains to voting, dealt with. If it wasn't, then I would be very concerned with our current system of voting because it's already remote secure voting. So for that reason, I ask this committee, I plead with this committee to forego what has been done in this committee in the past, which is to fail an implication based on the lack of security of technology, and instead to see that there is a real need for the student body to weigh in as to whether there should be online voting or not. And so I ask again, please pass this bill, or at the very least, ask questions, let's have a conversation about it, let's figure out if there's a better way of doing this, but we need to pass this bill. I wait, I yield. Oh.
Yeah, no, I have it. So before I was a senator on the joint committee, I actually posted about this on Candor, and to my knowledge, this is the most liked message on Candor to this day, because I'm voting for online voting. That is one thing I have long been advocating for, and the annual or minority report obviously has as well. Our constituents have, for the longest time, it promotes more voter turnout, promotes a greater voter turnout, and it's kind of absurd to say that our technical abilities aren't covered by university. We are literally one of the best technologically advanced schools in the nation. We have such a great coding program and a great cybersecurity program. We just made a new Malachowski Hall, which deals with information systems. We have the capabilities to do online voting, so I just think it's kind of out of otherworldly to just say that we can't do it or the technical concerns, because they could be addressed. They really could. So I urge you as well. So please just at least let this hit the floor. And then we can debate further, ask questions like Nathaniel said, because we can address them. And also, very side note, but I would like to have my name removed from the sponsors line because I am an author, so.
I believe you are.
Yeah, I'm on the sponsors line as well for some reason.
Alright, we're now gonna move into 5 minutes of Q&A whenever you guys are ready.
All right, so my question lies in how we deal with the Supreme Court cases that are ruled as unconstitutional. So I don't know that, I feel like we run into a very big roadblock where this would have to be first litigated by the Supreme Court, because as they have declared it directly unconstitutional on separate occasions, I think, if I may refer that to you, I believe in 2005 and 2016, I don't know how we could overrule their ruling on constitutionality. I think that's a constitutional problem alone for the Judiciary Committee. How do you think we could deal with the Supreme Court's decision?
Before I defer to the parliamentarian, I just want to state and clarify that, first of all, this is not a code revision. This is simply just a resolution that allows for the next ballot of this upcoming election to contain a constitutional amendment, which of course does mandate action, and in the long run, of course, your question is still necessary. But I want to make it clear that we're not mandating this action now. So the actual constitutional questions are not present at this exact moment in time. The court would then have to rule this unconstitutional down the road if it saw fit. As far as the actual question of whether this is constitutional or not, if it were to be passed by the student body, which again, that's what this bill is asking for, it's just a constitutional amendment on the ballot, then I'll defer to the parliamentarian.
Well, I have information that I think is going to be very unpopular, but it is the letter of the law. And don't worry, I do have a solution for it. So it says here that the online voting amendment does not satisfy all constitutional and other requirements established by law pursuant to statute 773.0 student and is not certified for the spring 2008 student government election. Because we find the online voting amendment facially unconstitutional, we decline to reach the question as to whether it suffices the single subject requirement of Article 8, Section 3 of the Constitution of the student body, until a higher judicial body holds online or internet voting lawful under the United States and Florida constitutions. It shall not be placed on the Constitution of the student body, which is beholden to those sources of higher law. So what this unpopular opinion is stating is that even the placing of a constitutional amendment for online voting is unconstitutional because it's just facially unconstitutional. There is case law that has been developed since then that allows the Judiciary Committee to consider a path forward if it so chooses. There are 5 criteria under which stare decisis, as in previous decisions of the Supreme Court, can be overturned. But in order for those to be applied, there has to be an action taken by the Judiciary Committee so that we can bring that case forward. In this case, if the Judiciary Committee were to fail this unconstitutionality, then the Judiciary Committee's decision may be appealed to the Supreme Court, where it can decide whether or not, given the current modern circumstances surrounding the questions of internet security and voting rights, whether or not we should be following the precedents from almost 20 years ago. So it is my recommendation that the amendment be failed on constitutionality rather than implication. It usually gets failed on implication because of voting security concerns. But if it's failed on constitutionality, then the case law that has been established can be clarified in the Supreme Court.
Okay, point of information.
Yes, sir.
When was the last Supreme Court ruling on online voting?
I believe I argued it. It must have been in 2020. Because I do, from a policy perspective, think that if the students want online voting as they have in the, they've already ratified it twice, then it should be placed, but democracy and constitutional government are two very different things sometimes. So if I go into volume 3 and I go into online voting, it is right. The last time that online voting was presented to the Supreme Court was in 2020 in the case In Re Ortiz standing. In this case, if you read it in conjunction with the Supreme Court precedent established for the application of the 5 criteria to proposed authorizations, what this would allow is that because constitutional amendments for online voting have been placed despite the court having said in the past that that was not allowed, then it satisfies the criteria for overturning stare decisis, because it means that the ruling has not been reliable since 2008.
In that case, won.
And
what was the resulting opinion of that case?
the resulting opinion of my case?
Your case.
The resulting opinion of my case is that because in 2006 the decision was not subject to the same standing requirements applicable to In Re Merwitzer, good friend of mine, the December 2006 decision remains a valid decision. Further, the applying of the factors enumerated in Planned Parenthood versus Casey for determining whether a case should be overturned, this court finds no reason to depart from its prior to 2006 ruling. So it is my interpretation that because the rules have since been changed through case law over the last 4 years, that this would be ripe for review before the court if it is failed on constitutionality. If it's failed for anything else, then I don't think it could be presented to the court.
Before you ask another question, I want to say that it's time, so we're not going to move on to minutes.
Doesn't count for time.
Also, if I may, can I advocate for a motion to be made to a 5-minute recess? I just want to sort this out a little bit more. I mean, we just were presented with so much information.
Yeah,
We just want to reestablish a discussion.
Okay, do you want to make the motion personally? Do you want to make the motion?
Sure, I move to recess for 5 minutes. I know some time.
Given that, we're going to move on to 5 minutes left.
So we just said that all the discussion from the parliamentarian had nothing to do with the
Correct.
Q&A.
Yes, so.
Right, but, so there was probably about 3 minutes more time for Q&A.
I am not entirely sure the best way to proceed from here, if that is the correct course of action. I want to ask if you would be amenable. I really want to hear this again after I've looked at these Supreme Court cases myself. Would you be amenable to tabling this to next week so I can read up on the court cases so the rest of the committee can be more educated?
Yeah, I would say, hopefully under the consideration that this committee is planning on meeting next Wednesday.
Before next Friday, not
Before, that's fine. I'm not like saying like you
Yeah,
have to. I'm just saying before next Friday. That's fine. If that is what the plan is, then I would be amenable to tabling it at that time. It's just important to note that this bill would have to pass on the Senate floor, not by this next Tuesday, but the Tuesday after the 29th, the 30th, in order to be placed on the ballot for this spring election. So it's fine, but I would advocate for it to be tabled, not failed. So I agree with that.
Okay.
I'm going to move on to 5 minutes of debate whenever you're ready.
I think it's pretty clear we should table this. First of all, the implications of failing it one way or another matter in this case, which is different from most. I think it's important that we look at exactly what happens depending on how this bill is billed. So I do want to table this until the next meeting. I just want to table this bill in general to hear it again. We're all more educated on what exactly happens where we proceed from here.
Do you think the 5-minute recess could help with that though? Or is it like, we could just look over that
Sure.
in the 5-minute recess?
I move to a 5-minute recess by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Strong.
Alderman-
I move for another 3-minute recess by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
If you want, if you can just make it before until call on senators if they are ruled dilatory or are given warnings. This is incredibly important because I think this is a power that was added, I believe, in 2019 to the Senate presidency. Before that, all the way from the 70s up until 2019, it was not a power granted to the Senate president. But essentially, since 2019, this is a power that's sat in the rules and procedures. I personally believe, as several of my constituents have brought to my attention, that this power is too much to be given to an individual official of the Senate. We saw over the summer former Senate President Oscar Santiago Perez used their power to issue 3 warnings to, I believe it was Minority Party leader Bronson Alamond at the time for disruptive conduct during a meeting, and that led to Senator Alamond being issued a full absence for that. And so I want to remove that power from the Senate President. I don't understand why it was brought into the rules and procedures in 2019 in the first place. It's too much power for one individual to have, especially considering, as it stands, 4 absences, excused and unexcused, will kick someone out of the Senate. It's dangerous if we consider that a certain individual who might get into the office of the Senate presidency wish to see one group, one party, or one set of individuals to be kicked out of the Senate. They could essentially use that power to issue as many absences as they wish and do so. All this does, it doesn't remove the power to issue warnings. I think that is very important. If there's disruptive conduct, the president should have the right to issue those warnings. However, rather than having the absence charge tacked on to those warnings, I would like to make it to where they're no longer recognized for the duration of the meeting, which essentially does the same thing, except it doesn't penalize them and get it to where they're kicked out of the Senate eventually. And then second, this is also something that was taken out of the rules and procedures back in 2019, and I do not understand what the purpose was for that. Speaking privileges, I believe, should be granted to any individual of the general public, if necessary, by a 2/3 vote. This was a power that, again, was in the rules and procedures for as long as the rules and procedures have been active, all the way up until 2019. This essentially allows for, say, a student government leader, should there be a situation where a bill is being considered, or a motion is being considered that involves their particular organization or their interactions within the student body. The body, if it so chooses, may grant a certain amount of time of speaking privileges to that individual by a 2/3, a very high margin of vote. And so I would like to bring this back again just to allow for students to have that right should the Senate need it or choose to give it. And then again, that final change there where I strike one bit of the line and just add the word violate is just to make sure that the rules and procedures are clear as to how the warnings issued by the Senate President are instead just ensuring that there's no recognition for the Senator rather than them getting penalized with absences. So that's all this bill does. Please ask questions, let's have a conversation about it, and I hope to see it pass. I yield the remainder of my time.
All right, my main question lies with the voting record. So if someone is not recognized for the remaining duration, are they still allowed to participate in the voting record?
No. So not being recognized does mean that you are essentially done from the meeting, I believe. You no longer have the right to vote. You are essentially absent, right, just as the way it is now, except you do not have the penalty of the absence issued upon you. So that's all it's removed. You still, again, all the other, punishments are still in place.
For the one quick clarification, if you submit an incomplete voter record, that counts as a half or full absence?
It's a half absence.
It's a half absence? Okay, so there wouldn't have to be any changes to that section of the voting record in the codes?
No,
Rules and
I mean,
procedures?
so even though obviously that individual will no longer be recognized in the meeting, for the period of duration of time that they were still a fully functioning senator, where they were still had the rights and were recognized, they still have to submit a voter record for that period of time. So they would still be expected to submit a voter record, but only related to whatever they voted on, or if they didn't vote at all, an empty voter record for only that period of time. It might be amendable down the road we might want to change those rules as it pertains to incomplete voter records, just to make sure that, you know, those individuals are only considered for the amount of time that they were still an active functioning senator, rather than the complete list of bills for the entire meeting, because we don't want someone to no longer be recognized and then not write a motion that was voted on by the rest of the body and then be given an incomplete voter record incorrectly. That's something we can do at a later time with another bill. We don't have to deal with that right now. But again, yeah, I hope that answers your question.
Yeah. Another one. So about the speaking privilege may be granted.
Yes.
So you mentioned student orgs and people wishing to speak on stuff that directly affects them.
Yeah.
Theoretically, isn't this the purpose of the presentation period? Couldn't a sponsor speak during the presentation period?
Yeah, so that was right, that was afforded, I believe, last semester to student organization leaders, but it's important to remember those are the leaders of the student organization. I think as a Senate body, we are trying to represent all students, and unfortunately, I think this issue arises that an individual who may be very passionate about a certain issue, but who is not an officer of their student organization, does not have the right to speak, sponsor, or present any of the above.
Could the Senate body, could any senator ask a point of information to someone who is there in support of a particular bill, or is that, correct me if I'm wrong?
I suppose, but then again, this sort of allows for not only that to arise, but also for individuals of the general public to present for a bill, for example, or just any general speaking privilege may be granted through this, whereas a point of information may not necessarily do that.
Right, and so I see what the objective of the bill is, and I make no judgments about whether or not it should pass, but I am going to bring to the attention of the committee that it was actually me who created the idea of a constructive absence back in 2019, and the legal argument for that was, yeah, I know, I really am old. The legal argument for that isn't based on the powers of the student of the student senate president alone. I'm concerned that the bill as it's currently written would not achieve its intended effect, because it still does not address the thing which the constructive absence concept, legal theory is based on, which is the power of the sergeant at arms to remove disruptive individuals from Senate meetings after they receive 2 warnings. So if it is the intention of the Senate to amend the rules and procedures so that people cannot be ruled constructively absent, it isn't sufficient for it to be done as written. You would also have to alter the powers of the sergeant at arms after people have been ruled disruptive into warnings. I could go into more detail, but I think that just about covers it.
Okay, so in your opinion, do you think that this would be best accomplished? Because I agree with the concept of the constructive absence. I think that half absence is probably the corrective punishment for violating for 3 warnings. Would it be best to pass and amend later, or to ask the author, the senator, to withdraw to amend?
Before they answer that question, I personally, if you pass this now, I will submit an amendment before Tuesday to correct all the issues and concerns that were brought by the parliamentarian, if that answers your question.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to collaborate with the majority caucus to make sure that whatever amendment goes out is something that is supported by that caucus, and that we make sure that it's speedily done, so that way everyone's happy.
Okay.
Any other questions this time? Here we move on to 5.3.
Okay, I think the first part of this is reasonable, considering its amendment in the future. I do, however, think the second portion of this in 2B doesn't necessarily go along with the intent of the change in the first edit. that was made. So I think reasonably this should be two separate bills, and even if not, I have concerns about the purpose of speaking privileges during a debate if they're given time in public comment to discuss their bill, as well as are able to be asked questions by senators through points of information while their bill is up for debate. And executive officers still have the opportunity to speak on behalf of their bills. So I would be amenable to striking the 2B change and getting rid of the C and keeping the rest of the bill as written and passing that.
Anybody else? Alright, we're gonna move into 2 minutes final privilege whenever you're ready.
I disagree. I do see where you're coming from. I do respect that. But obviously my intention, as this is 12 volumes of a single title, as we discussed, I just believe that comprehensively I'm making an attempt to expand democracy overall. And so I do believe that it still belongs in this bill. I also disagree that simply standing with the public comment and POIs is an opportunity. I don't believe that's enough. I think that this opportunity is something that was precedence before 2019, and I do again believe that it's something that should be brought back in the sake of allowing for individuals to have the right to speak and to grant that right to speak at this meeting of the Senate, any meeting of the Senate. So I disagree with that characterization. I don't want it to be struck from this bill. I'd much rather have a deeper conversation about that at a later time. That doesn't mean that also does not mean I'm advocating for it to be tabled either. I want this to be passed as it is. I think this is extremely important. I do understand the situations as the parliamentarian presented as it pertains to constructive absences and needing to fix that. Again, as I said before, I will make an amendment and submit it before the Tuesday meeting to ensure that this is in line with what both caucuses wish to see out of this bill. So again, that also means that if we really can't come to an agreement, we can strike that clause later in that amendment as well. That's something that I can have a conversation with yourself as the committee, as well as with Cypher, the majority party leader. So again, I'm asking that you simply pass this bill as is today, and we will have the conversations before next Senate meeting as to what to do exactly with this bill. So I yield the remaining right.
Point of information. So yeah, I realize that these bills are comprehensive in nature and that they do go hand in hand, and that if these words be heard together, then my objection to that not being relevant to the bill's intent, that would not be an objection that I have. So I was wondering if you would be amenable to either combining that with something else where the intent of the 3 documents could be stated as increasing democracy. I was wondering if you're open to that as well. If not, my intention is to amend the bill, and if you could resubmit it.
I don't want that to be done to this bill. I ask again that if it is the opinion of the majority caucus to remove that from this bill, then I ask that it be passed today in this committee, and for us to come to a solution. Again, I'm the minority party leader. I can open up conversations with majority party leader Cypher as it pertains to this. We can come to an agreement before next Tuesday. If we don't come to an agreement before next Tuesday, then you can choose to fail the bill on the floor. And that's all there is to it. But I do not want this to be separate. I think it's crucial that both go hand in hand on this bill.
Are there any wishes of the Senate?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1041 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1041 has been officially approved. We're now moving on to SSB 2024-1042. Protect Your Democracy Act, Volume 3, again, authored by minority party leader Neapolitan. Whenever you would like, you have items of information.
Yeah, this bill does quite a few things, actually. It's sort of just an entire revision of how the Senate liaisons work. First of all, again, I did a lot of research as to what rule changes were made back in 2019. That was during a significant rift within the Student Senate that caused for a massive RMP change to occur essentially after there was a switch in leadership and the new majority party wished to see rules being changed unilaterally. I'm trying to bring back some of those rules because I think that they were necessary and they should not have been struck at the time. So, for example, we begin first with the fact that the Senate President should be meeting regularly with their Senate liaisons. I think that's important, not just at their own leisure. Again, I'm not mandating a specific time. That is still up to the discretion of the Senate President, but I do think that our language should reflect more so in the sake of ensuring that these liaisons are legitimate, to ensure that the Senate President is meeting with them regularly rather than just at their leisure, because we all know that that means that the Senate President will never meet with them. And then again, I'm also bringing back the fact that each of the liaisons should be giving reports after every time that they meet with their respective organizations, as is already required by the codes. So you'll see that every single liaison has been edited to, again, reflect that fact. So just for example, if the executive branch liaison has a meeting, or if there is a meeting of the executive cabinet and that executive branch liaison goes to it, which it says that they will attend the meeting, so they have to. Essentially, they will give a report to the Senate after each of those meetings so that we were all kept up to date as to the happenings of each of those respective liaisons' duties. Again, I think that the original intention of creating liaisons was to ensure that the Senate is kept up to date with each respective aspect of our student government and other stakeholders across the university. And ever since I became a senator almost a year ago now, I have seen very rarely have the liaisons given a report regarding the meetings that they are required to attend. And so I want to, again, go back to the way it was before 2019, bring back the requirement that they are to give a report after every single meeting that they attend, as they're required to, and make sure that happens. You also notice that I have fixed the verbiage in some areas. This should not be a problem. Again, 2019, they changed it from shall to will in most instances, but for some reason, in a lot of places, the word shall still appears. So I just want to make sure that it's all the same across the board. I just switch every instance of shall to will. And then the only other change is I want to bring back the judicial branch liaison. This was a position, again, that was struck in 2019. Don't know why, but I think it's important that there is an individual who's able to report on the happenings of the judicial branch, especially because we already have an executive branch liaison. I don't understand why we don't have a judicial branch liaison, especially because we've seen in the last year there's been a significant uptick in the amount of Supreme Court cases, and I think that it's the responsibility of the Senate to be aware of what's happening in the judicial branch. And so for that reason, I think all of these changes are sufficient, necessary, and I hope to see them pass. Yes, I do.
Okay, just to clarify, in a lot of instances towards the end of the bill, it says after each meeting of or as requested by the Senate President. But at the start, a lot of them do not say that. Is there a reason you made distinctions between certain positions and not others?
So I just didn't really want to open the can of worms as it pertained to what was as requested by the Senate President or not. If it was already in the rules that it's as requested by the Senate President, I just left it. I just think that the eventual goal is to just completely wipe out the as requested by the Senate President aspect and just make it to where they're required to tell us what's going on at any given time. But I left it in just because I do want to maintain that precedence of the Senate President having that power as it pertains to whatever was already in the rules and procedures as it is. If you believe that it's for the best that we remove those or make them applicable to every liaison position, we can make that happen. But yeah.
Okay, I want them all to be uniform for liaisons. So
sure.
So say for example the executive branch liaison says will report on the executive cabinet to the Senate after each meeting of the executive cabinet. Done. Not including as requested by the Senate President. That was stricken. So and then you go further down.
I see that.
Yeah. So I want them to all be uniform. So are you amenable to me amending these to all say or as requested by the Senate President?
So
uniform?
First of all, I just want to say I apologize. See, I created a little bit of a mess here. So I appreciate you pointing that out. I would only really be amendable for the words or as requested by the Senate President to be struck from every liaison position because that was the original intention of this bill. If the committee is extremely adverse to that change, then I suppose we can do the opposite, but again, my intention is to strike that. And the whole purpose of this is to ensure that each liaison is letting the Senate know what's going on in each meeting, because that's the intention of a liaison. Yeah.
So, okay. So theoretically, if they all said, or as requested by the Senate President, the liaisons could report directly after or at the request. So they could, okay, I see what you're saying. I don't think, personally, I'm not amenable to removing that power from the Senate President entirely. I think it's important that they have some say as to whether or not they can request that meeting. We could revisit that at a later date.
No, it's fine.
But, okay, you would be amenable to me adding or as requested where it does not say that?
Sure.
Okay.
Do you have any more questions? No, we're more to 5 minutes debate when you're ready.
All right, yeah, so I think this is a good sentiment. I definitely agree. I do think it needs to be one or the other, either or as requested or stricken. I disagree with it being stricken.
I have a thought. So what if, so you report after each meeting with X, or, like, what did you say, or if requested? You know what I mean?
It's the same. I don't believe they're semantically different at all. Or as, or if requested.
Because if we, so
Yeah,
if
they
it's
both-
after each meeting or as requested, it could be interpreted as, I guess you could interpret it as, yeah, okay, that's okay.
Yeah, because they're both conditional on the president.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Point of information. So just really quick, can I address this too? The judicial branch liaison does not currently exist.
It does not.
Okay.
It did before 2019.
Okay. All right, then yeah, you can start the
Now, would there have to be roll call for the judicial liaison in this scenario?
Let's start the second thing, yes. Yeah. This is the same argument that theoretically could have been made for the last bill, which is that this isn't the intent of this bill. I think in this bill it's actually more clear that this is the intent of the bill as it's dealing directly with the liaisons. So it would be established, I think, in this bill itself. But yeah, so again, in any case, if I were to pass this, if it comes to the vote, when it comes to the vote, I will be amending every case in which it does not include or at the request of the Senate President, including in the judicial branch liaison section. Okay.
Or any other date? No one wants to motion at this point? Oh, final privilege when you're ready.
Oh, yeah, I do think, I'm hoping that those amendments can be made right now, so we can just move this to the floor by this week, because I think this is just such a small amendment that needs to be made, so hopefully we can just read that out and do it now. I think some of the verbiage will have to be slightly shifted for the judicial branch liaison, because it's not exactly set up to just have the words or as requested by the Senate President just plopped in there, so you might want to keep that in mind as well. Whatever makes sense to you when you make the motions is fine. But as long as this is the only issue, I'm fine with those amendments going through at this point, because really it seems kind of arbitrary to me as to whether that's in there or not, as long as the teeth of the bill, which is to require them to meet after each meeting, is in there. I'm perfectly fine with it. So yeah, hope to see this pass. I'm fine with those amendments. Yeah, I yield.
Motion or any motion for this time?
Point of information, really quickly. For the judicial branch liaison section at the end. And so, what's the distinction between these two? What are they? Because one of them saying they will report on the activities and cases heard, and then it's not giving time. And then for B, it's will report to the Senate on activities and cases heard after meeting of the Supreme Court.
Yeah, so here's my suggestion.
It's a little unclear.
I know we kind of already did this once. I'm just going to ask that you pass the bill. I will promise you that by the next Senate meeting, and if it doesn't happen, you can fail the bill on the floor, that's fine. But I will promise you that I will see an amendment to do no more than the following. One, make sure that it reads, or as, let me just make sure that we get this right for the record. Or as requested by the Senate President, as is necessary, as long as it's grammatically correct, to every single aspect of the bill, as well as fix the judicial branch liaison to just essentially remove one of those lines, because you're right, one of them is unnecessary, and to, again, include that language, or as requested by the Senate President. I will make no more changes than that. I will submit that amendment before the next meeting, and we will just do it that way, especially because it's just going to save time, because you're going to have to read it out every single time, and that's that. So if you can just pass this bill, and then I will put up that amendment, and then that's that.
I prefer to amend it here, because I wouldn't have to list out every specific case. I could say, after every instance where it mentions the reporting of the liaison is either at the conclusion of the respective meeting or at the request of the Senate President, I would strike A from judicial and just add this line. At the end of that line, it would be grammatically correct, just to say, or as requested by the Senate President.
Sure, it's your prerogative.
Okay.
Motion this time?
I move to amend SSB 2024-1042 so that in every instance mentioned in the aforementioned bill where it includes a meeting between the respective liaisons and the Senate, or reporting the activities recorded by the respective liaisons and the Senate, that every clause includes or as requested by the Senate President. This amendment also includes striking section 11A of the Judicial Branch Liaison and adding on to B in the same section, or as requested by the Senate President by unanimous consent.
Are there objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
Okay, could you just POI me really quick?
Point of information.
Okay. Anyways, so one issue is that there is still a grammatical issue. So first of all, the actual section name for that subsection within the judicial branch has to be redone to read A rather than B. Very minuscule, I know, but it has to be done. And then the other issue is that their grammar is incorrect now. So you should just make a motion to essentially say the judicial branch liaison will report to the Senate on the activities in cases heard by the Supreme Court after each meeting of the Supreme Court, or as whatever requested by the Senate President, you said before. So it has to be slightly changed to include a little bit of the language from the first one that you just struck, because right now it's just a little bit.
Okay.
Yeah.
So
Any motions that you, sorry.
I have to make a motion. Point of information, I have to make a motion to reconsider, considering we just passed.
No, you don't have to do that.
Okay.
No.
Okay.
So all you have to do is just make a motion to amend subsection B to read A now, and then change the verbiage of that. You're good.
Okay. I move to amend SSB 2024-1042, section 11B to now read A, and this amendment also includes changing, I believe changing the instead of said will accommodate. The judicial branch liaison will report to the Senate on the activities and cases heard after each meeting of the Supreme Court, or as, because it will report.
It should be heard by the Supreme Court after each meeting of the Supreme Court.
By, okay. I rescind that motion. I remake. Motion to amend SB 2024-1042, section 11B to now read A, and change the verbiage of that line to read: the judicial branch liaison will report to the Senate on the activities and cases heard by the Supreme Court after each meeting of the Supreme Court, or as requested by the Senate President by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes.
So just for clarification, what was amended there is that final sentence?
Yes.
Okay. Can you repeat it one more time? I'm sorry.
Okay, so B is now A.
Yeah, just like the final sentence. That's all I need. I don't want to waste your
The
time.
judicial branch liaison
Yeah.
will report to the Senate on the activities and
Okay.
cases heard by the Supreme Court after each meeting of the Supreme Court, or as requested by the Senate President.
Perfect. Thank you.
Alright, so SSB 2024-1042 is now approved, and now we move on to SSB 2024-1043.
The motion is
Yeah,
not
me
made
too.
to.
Yeah.
Do we make a motion?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1042 by unanimous consent.
Are there objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1042 has been officially approved. We now move on to SSB 2024-1043, Detector Technology Act Volume 4, again, authored by Mr. Hilton. We are going to move on to final implementation.
Yeah, okay. So first of all, I just think it's really fun. I somehow managed to now get SSB 2023 and SSB 2024 of the 1043. So I have 1043 in both years. Hopefully I can keep that going into 25. But anyway, okay, so let me just kind of review what I did here before I just, so I did a couple things here. Essentially, when we're considering bills, of course, we can request that the Senate parliamentarian read out the bill. Rather than having a majority vote, I'm just bringing it back down to 2/5. Again, that was what it was back in 2019. I think that if a certain number of senators are requesting for a bill to be read out loud, that should be done, and I don't think that a majority is necessary for that. So I'm trying to lower the threshold just to 2/5. Again, just to allow for more of an opportunity for senators to have a bill read out loud if they so wish. Just very important if necessary. We see that happen very rarely, but just in case. And then as far as speeches being hostile as it pertains to the question and answer period or debate, again, I do not wish for senators to be issued warnings for disruptive conduct as was previously written and as it is now. I'd rather they just be ruled out of order. Again, this just removes the same threat that we've discussed previously, where essentially, senators can be given absences for acting inappropriately. I just think that they need to be ruled out of order rather than that. This is how it was, again, before 2019, but in 2019, they really strengthened the power of the Senate President. I think that in the tumultuous period of student politics we've seen the last year, I do believe that if, in the wrong hands, that power can be used inappropriately. And so I want to bring it back to the way it was, reduce some of that power so that way senators cannot be kicked out of the Senate for acting inappropriately, rather just penalized on the floor. And then, let's see. So I also want to bring back the ability for amendments to be made on the floor. As it stands now, amendments have to be filed in advance of the meeting, but I just feel as though, again, this was something that was taken away in 2019. I just think that, if an individual senator wishes to amend their bill right at the very last second, say there's some issue that was not previously addressed, or there's an issue that arises during discussion of a bill, they should be able to make that motion on the floor. It's something that you see in pretty much every single legislature across the United States. It's standard to allow for individuals to make motions on the floor to amend a bill, and I don't see why that's not essentially done here in our Senate. Again, later on, you'll see that for the question and answer period of debate on, I'm not sure what type of bills, but veto legislation specifically, I'm just, again, doing the same thing, getting rid of the issued a warning for disruptive conduct, repealing some of the power of the Senate President, and granting, again, the ability for senators to be ruled out of order if they speak out of tune. Same thing applies, yet again, for amendments to be made to those vetoed bills. They don't have to be filed necessarily with the Senate Secretary. They can just be made at any point in time. And that's it. So I just think that both of these two main adjustments to the rules and procedures are necessary because, again, we want to make sure that our student senators are not being penalized to the brim, especially as was discussed previously during this meeting. The way that constructive absences work is very dangerous. Senators are kicked out just like that for very minuscule mistakes. I think that there are other routes that we can take to punish senators if they're acting out of line, rather than having the Senate President use their power to kick them out of the Senate. And yeah, as it pertains to allowing for amendments, again, I just don't understand why we can't make amendments from the floor. I think that's very important. So for that reason, I hope to see this pass. Please ask questions. I know it's a bit more of a controversial bill, so just, again, questions and answer. I really appreciate it. I yield.
We're going to move on to 5 minutes of question and answer.
All right, so given that we just changed, we just passed a bill relating to the changing of the penalties for disruptive content and being issued warnings, do you still feel as if this is a necessary change?
I believe that bill was tabled.
Was that bill tabled? It was tabled? Okay. that was tabled, wait. Point of information,
Yes.
could you repeat that bill number for me?
Should be 41.
41, did we not pass 41?
We did pass.
We passed 41.
That was
We
the
passed
one-
it contingent on your amendment that would include the sergeant of arms. Yes,
Okay.
yeah.
Are we sure? Is there any chance we could ask the clerk?
Yes,
just to clarify?
clerk,
Yeah,
just to check,
Mhm.
we did in fact pass SSB 2024-1041, correct?
41 was approved, yes,
Yes.
by unanimous consent.
Yes. So, I think, that was a reasonable, fix to people being issued too many warnings and being kicked out. I think continuing down this path will limit, will frankly limit too much the power of the president. So do you see where I'm coming from?
I see where you're coming from.
Okay.
I just think that this change is necessary if that bill is failed, is what I'm trying to say.
Okay.
But I do see what your point here. The real solution is that bill passing on the floor, and it will just wipe away any need for this to happen. So you're right. But again, I am concerned that that first bill will be failed on the floor, and so I would like to keep this in place. Yeah.
Okay. Also, I'm a bit concerned about the implication of raising amendments from the floor for the sole reason that it is really beneficial for senators to read the amendments ahead of time so that they know exactly what is going to be amended and how that might affect their vote. I think this raises a really dangerous precedent where amendments will not be sent out ahead of time for senators to read. I think raising them from the floor is dangerous and could be abused in a number of ways, just to either delay proceedings or to introduce amendments that other students have not yet read. So I think that the implication of that it goes directly against wanting our senators to be informed on the matters that they're voting on. I think if it's raised from the floor, especially say a senator is, there's times when senators are not in the room, whether they're in the bathroom or whatnot. I think this decreases their knowledge on it. So what do you think about that, I guess?
I will just say first off, this is a question-answer period.
Yes.
I can't point of order or anything, but I do think that we need to keep questions, germane to questions, and if it's debate, it should be kept in debate. So I disagree. I'm kind of a little frustrated by the continued logic that's not just used in this Judiciary Committee, but in the Senate as a whole and on the Replacement Agenda Committee, that somehow our senators are uninformed. I think it's setting a dangerous precedence in the sense that we somehow believe that our senators are not capable of doing their due diligence, doing the research, and understanding what amendments are being presented at X number of time. Just as we're expected in the United States or in the state of Florida to follow the law, even though we don't all carry a pocket of the statutes in our pocket, just as we're expected to know the law and to appreciate and follow the law, even though we don't always look and read the statutes, we should be expected to know what's going on in the Senate. That includes amendments being made from the floor. And so, again, I disagree with that logic that somehow senators are incapable of knowing what's going on at any given time and not being able to move to it. I understand and appreciate the concern that you bring. I agree. I think it's great that senators are allowed to make amendments ahead of time so people can see them. But it doesn't change the fact that amendments can still also be made from the floor and that they should be able to be made from the floor. And senators are perfectly capable of following along with those amendments because every senator should be following along no matter what.
I have a question. Maybe it's my inexperience as a senator talking, but in what scenario would a senator ever need the bill to be read out loud?
Yeah, actually, so it just happened last Senate meeting, the last Senate meeting of the last semester. So there was a senator who's, actually multiple senators, a close friend of theirs had passed, and a bill was essentially put forward that commemorated their life and what they did here at the university. And so the motion was made by the senator who authored the bill, or one of them, I'm not exactly sure who all authored it, to have the bill read out loud in their honor. So this is something that is used. It's not used very often, but I think for this, again, that's it.
All right, I strongly disagree with how my statement may somehow encourage the notion that senators are uninformed. My point that I was attempting to make was that by making them on the floor, it's just removing another avenue for them to hear this legislation ahead of time. I think it's important that they have that opportunity, and I'm really concerned about the implications that that does have. I think pursuing this bill to make amendments from the floor is dangerous not only to the efficiency of Senate, but also to the effectiveness of the legislation that is passed. The purpose of submitting legislation 24 hours ahead of time is so that you have vetted it, it's not read aloud. This doesn't specify whether or not these amendments are read aloud, are submitted through whatever document. I disagree very strongly with this section. And I also think that although there was a chance of the bill 1041 that we just passed getting failed, that's not enough of a reason to consider passing both of them when it is my opinion that passing both of them would seriously limit the power of the Senate President. I think that if you limit that, if considering that has been passed by this committee, all we can consider is the committee's actions. Therefore, I think that we should fail this bill based on the implication that this would seriously limit the power of the Senate President. I think the warnings have already been decreased in strength towards constructive absences as the bill will be amended and proposed on the floor. And furthermore, just the implication for both that this could seriously affect our effectiveness at hearing bills and amendments on the floor and being prepared to see them.
Yeah, I agree with Senator Rubin. I also think that, I guess if there is a case like Minority Party Leader Pelton brought up, where the wanted to read up bill because they were honoring a lost friend, a friend's past. I think if there's something so compelling, I really can't imagine a scenario where 2/5 versus majority is going to make a difference. I could really only ever see that this 2/5 coming into play to allow a minority party to be disruptive.
I think disruptive is a bad word, but I see your point. I would be amenable to that line reading something along the lines of, for a memorial, for a resolution, like if there's a specific type of legislation that announces that, 2/5 I would be amenable to, but for all legislation being read, this all has the same implication of being abused, and I think we should fail this bill based on that.
I feel like for the amendments, your concern is that the senators may not comprehend it completely. So maybe you could combine and have it be read out loud in Senate, and then from there we could propose those amendments on the floor.
If that's what I sounded like, that's not what I'm trying to say. It's not just that it being proposed on the floor will make it difficult for these senators. I don't think that it makes them uninformed. I think in order, say there's wants to be an amendment to an amendment, it's a good idea to have it submitted ahead of time so that amendment can be clear and crafted efficiently and effectively. If someone was to propose a bill from the floor and say another party or another caucus wants to amend that bill in clear and concise language, free of error, it makes it easier to do that if it has been published beforehand as well. So I don't think there's ever a scenario where we wouldn't want these to be published beforehand. I mean, if you there has to be a requirement for beforehand. Otherwise, it makes it harder to amend amendments. It makes it harder for senators to see whether or not they agree with it ahead of time to prepare if they have any amendments. I think that is bad.
Any other comments? We're gonna move on to students' final privilege. Majority.
Yeah, I'm really concerned with some of the logic that is being used by this committee already as it pertains to this bill. First off, the assumption that a minority party would be obstructing the business of the majority because they want a bill being read out loud on the floor, I think is absurd. I think it shows that there's a clear dedication of the majority to wish to see that the minority is not adequately given the ability to speak and have their rights exercised in the Senate. Again, I'm not claiming that's what's occurred, but it feels quite frankly to me as though we are again limiting the powers of the minority when the goal of this bill was to again allow for a minority to have their bill read if they so wish or so choose. I also would like to say yet again, we're not limiting the power of the Senate President. The Senate President still has the authority to issue again, gavel someone for disruptive conduct and rule them out of order to where they're no longer allowed to speak in that moment. I also would like to reference the fact that there is a sergeant at arms whose responsibility is to keep the Senate at bay and to ensure there's no general disruptions in the first place. If there were ever to be a disruption of the meeting, as is set forth in these rules and procedures, the UFPD would be called and that individual would be removed. So again, there are levels and layers of punishment that can be dished out, and I just believe that once again, we're not necessarily disrupting the Senate President's authorities by asking the Senate President to simply rule someone out of order if they are out of order, rather than issue them a warning. Finally, as it pertains to the amendments from the floor, again, we make amendments in committee that are on the fly. They don't have to be, sent out in advance by any means. I just think that we are limiting what we could be capable of as a Senate to ensure that the bills that we're putting forward and passing are the best possible version of themselves by preventing ourselves from being able to. Thank you.
And then, are there any motion for the sign?
I move to full SSB 2024-1043 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1043 is officially failed. Now we move into SB 1044. Parents already on CI Volume 5, again, authored by the Minority Party Representative Wilson, with 5 minutes presentation on
Okay. Now I know we just had a conversation about the whole, ruling people warnings for disruptive conduct, but this one I feel like is a little more sensible. So this specifically details that a warning can be given for disruptive conduct when it pertains to whether a senator is complying with the yes, no, or abstain aspect of the voting procedure. We actually just saw last week with one vote that I specifically remember where there were 9 senators who did not vote yes, no, or even abstain. And so given this procedure, we were actually supposed to issue a warning for each one of those senators, and we did not. So first of all, it shows that this entire code might not even be necessary anymore. But in this specific procedural change, I'm just simply, again, advocating that rather than issuing a warning for a mistake, potentially, or for not voting, they're simply ruled out of order in that instance. I also, again, just simply changing some of the verbiage. So for example, the chair will not be required to vote. That's what it was said before. In line with precedents and Robert's rules, I'm just simply changing to shall not, which again just kind of strengthens that power of the rules to make sure that, again, the chair is just not voting unless it matters. That doesn't really change anything much. It just keeps that in place. And then roll call votes. I'm asking that it be shifted down to 1/5 of the senators present and voting. Again, rather than just a majority. I just believe that this is necessary because we're seeing time and time again that roll calls, we just saw this in I believe the very first meeting in the Senate, where a senator was given a warning and ruled out of order because they called for a roll call. Oh, sorry. Let me step back. I'm not even sure if I know what I'm talking about. I wrote these so long ago. So this specifically pertains to when a roll call vote must be taken on any vote of the Senate. Right now it's a majority. A roll call, all it does is just changes the vote type to, again, have everyone's name read aloud. So that way in the record it states how each senator voted. I think that the threshold should be lowered on this because I think it's important that if a minority party wishes to see that the record reflect the votes of each senator, that is possible. So again, just issuing that ability for the minority party, and that's all that there is in this bill. So I'm opening to questions and answering.
And we move on to 5 minutes question and answer.
Yes, there is. I have a few. I like the first part. The second part, can I ask why you changed from will not be required to shall not? I just want to know the reasoning.
Yeah, honestly, I just think that there's a little bit too much leeway there with the verbiage will not be required to. I just think that with that language there, it could be subject to interpretation. Again, this doesn't really change much of anything because it's like, regardless of whether they vote or not, unless it really does impact the vote, which they do have to vote if it does impact it, then nothing really matters in this. I just don't want there to be so much interpretation involved with this. I just don't want the chair to vote unless it actually affects the vote. And so, again, that's something that's already precedence, that's kind of there, but it's just the language isn't strong enough, and I want it to be stronger. So.
Okay. Point of actually, this question. Do you know if that's happened recently, where a chair has voted when it did not affect the results? Or if that's anyone?
When a chair is voted and it did not affect the results?
Yeah, where they voted in a case where it would not affect the results.
No, I'm not that I'm aware of. But again, this just ensures that they will not and shall not, as it says, unless it affects the vote. Again, this is not really changing much here, as you pointed out. It's just strengthening that point to make sure that in no circumstance the Senate President votes for a bill unless it's a roll call vote where it would affect the result. So it really doesn't do much, it just strengthens it.
Yeah. All right. Just to clarify my knowledge on this, so roll call votes may be called on their own or after a voice or standing vote, right?
So it clearly says there before the next question is spoken on. So as long as we haven't moved on to another order of business, that roll call vote can be called at any time. Yes.
Yeah.
I just want to make sure that we're aware that this does not necessarily like open up a loophole or something, because you can't just like order for there to be a roll call vote and then get the 1/5 and then order for there to be another roll. That's not what this does at all. It just shifts it from a voice vote or a rising vote to a roll call vote, but instead it's not a majority anymore, it's just 1/5. So it allows for a minority, a smaller group of senators to ask for that roll call to be done. So many times we've seen this motion be made, and it would just be nice, again, if that threshold was lowered.
Are there any other questions? No, we're moving to 503 when you guys are ready.
All right. I think the first one makes sense. First of all, it's not really enforced anyway. Second of all, rolling them out of order, yeah. In this instance, different from the last one, is I think significantly more frequent, but not talked about as much. So senators should be voting yes, no, or abstaining, and then explaining their abstention. That I don't think this really affects a lot. I think it's not a bad idea. The second part, I don't think that technically changes a lot, but I do like that it clarifies what that means in that sentence. I think that's good. My only concern is with the last one. I think 1/5 of the senators present is a little bit too low. It's a very, very low threshold. I would be amenable to another bill that possibly lowered from a majority to some other figure, but I think 1/5 is a very low threshold to call a roll call vote. I understand that you have to protect the interests of the minority party, and that a majority threshold might in fact be too high. I just don't necessarily agree with 1/5 as being appropriate for calling a roll call vote. That's pretty much all I have to say. Point of information. Positive. Would the author of this bill be amenable to removing that clause for now to submit it later as its own bill? Or, because the other 2 points I think are good and should go into effect. I think this last one could use some discussion between members of the Senate, and I think that would be.
I am only amendable to a motion being made right now to make it 1/3, nothing else. And I do not want it to be put forward as a separate vote. So that is the only amendment that I'm willing to accept. Again, I want to clarify that, well, I'll do that during my final privilege so I don't interrupt the proceedings of the Senate. Yes, I'm amendable to only that specific bit being amended and the threshold being raised from 1/5 to 1/3, and that's it. Nothing else.
Okay. Point of information. If the committee were to amend this bill and strike that line, would you wish to take your name off of the author's line? I guess.
I think that's extremely irresponsible for the committee to remove the author of their own bill from the line. And I completely disagree with that altogether. If your objective is to just completely take away the meaning of the bill without citing one of the 5 criteria. We're kind of in a bit of a limbo. I would rather you just table the bill so we can consider this next time. But again, I think that 1/3, I understand the concern of 1/5, I do, but 1/3, I mean, that is not an absurd threshold to reach. My caucus does not even have a third at this point anyway, so I know that you kind of incited me as the minority party leader, and that being the reason why I'm putting this up. It's not for that reason, first of all. Second of all, even if that were to be the case, me advocating for 1/3 still doesn't even matter, because my party does not have that threshold as it stands. I don't see an issue with 1/3. This is really kind of silly in my opinion, because this is not really that important. Roll calls, just switching it from a standing vote to a roll call is just kind of, it adds like maybe 2 or 3 minutes of time to the Senate, that's true. But other than that, it just documents the votes of each senator, which are already documented in the voter records as it is. I just don't understand why this is that big of a deal.
Any other questions?
I kind of agree with your resolution.
I completely, yes, it was never the intention of myself to propose doing this without the author included. That was just, I wanted to see if you were amenable to that. I do think it's, you know, like, I want to have discussions with you and other senators, with members of the Senate about this before this is passed. I also think it's kind of ludicrous that it was assumed that I would not provide reasoning to talk about this. I think this falls directly under implication as the reason why this is questionable. The implication being that this threshold, I'm not sure if I've seen in anything else relating to calling for a vote or an amendment or other motions. There might be, I could be wrong, but my point being that I think the implication of this is that it would essentially create a very easy mechanism by which roll call votes can be called frequently, and instead of using the outlined rules and procedures that would usually call for a voice or standing vote. So I am amenable to, I would like to table this bill to just discuss it further, and that's pretty much all I have to say. I think it should be tabled.
If it was like the case where like we're like taking advantage of that and calling roll call vote too many times, would that be able to be under dilatory warning though? So like I feel like it wouldn't be an issue that people would take advantage of that, if that's what you're saying.
I just think that the outlined rules and procedures, let me find this, that discuss voting.
Oh no, by all means, please. But I finish what you were saying.
I believe that they outline the proper procedure that is meant to go through when it comes to voting. And while roll calls are an important portion of that, I think it's important to recognize that voice and standing votes typically come before roll call votes, or they have been intended to. So my reservation isn't really that it's going to be abused so much as this would significantly alter the proceedings of the Senate when it comes to voting on things.
Since the committee's considering the implication criteria, and because, you know, my role is to kind of like interpret the parliamentary procedure of things, I do think that for the future, when you are, you know, deliberating and discussing what it is that you want to do with this bill, I'm not saying approve it or fail it now, just whenever you're trying to come up with thresholds, it may be worthwhile to consider what the point of a roll call vote is. You know, at the end of the day, what you want to do is that if it seems like something might be too close, you want to call the roll call vote in order to verify whether or not it's, what I'm trying to say is that when the vote is very close, and in the eyes of the chair, it's so close that it's really hard to say whether or not it's going to go one way or the other. Having the ability to call a roll call vote will allow the Senate to have clarity on whether or not the thing actually passed. And that's why it's important to consider, you know, what is the threshold for the lowest voting requirement for something to pass, be it, it's usually 2/3. In the case of it being 1/3, then if a third of the Senate believes that the thing passed without 2/3, then the 1/3 would rise to say, hey, this passes by 2/3. We're not convinced that it had 2/3. We're the third that would be affected by that, and that's how I believe the Senate should come to a consensus on which thresholds to honor for roll call votes. The idea here being that you want to be able to give the minority certainty that there is actually the required majority for something to pass.
Thank you.
No problem.
I think that's a really good point. And I'm not saying that necessarily the 1/3 to call a roll call vote is a bad idea. I just want to make sure that this isn't setting a dangerous implication for the fact that this could become the main mechanism by which we conduct votes. So I think for that reason I want to discuss it further, examine all the different voting thresholds and see if that is actually a reasonable way by which you could give the voice to the minority in the event that they feel as if the vote is not being construed properly or did not reach the threshold. That's my opinion. I think we should table it.
Okay. Any other motion for this time?
I can file privilege. Yeah, I have to say that I disagree with just really all of it. I do appreciate that it seems as though the committee is in favor of the first two revisions, so I appreciate that. I really think it's unfortunate that we can't come to a consensus right now when all we're discussing is a difference between a 1/5 and a 1/3 or potentially a 2/5 vote threshold. I will say that a 1/5 vote threshold does actually exist throughout the rules and procedures, particularly just off the top of my head, as it pertains to minority reports being heard. So long as 1/5 of the Senate agrees with the hearing of a minority report, then that minority report can be delivered. So there is precedence, as a committee member had pointed out, that there might not be for a 1/5 voter threshold being established. I think as the Senate parliamentarian had brought to the attention of the committee, it's important that a minority party, again, a minority party, not my party, any minority party if they exist, has the ability to call for such a roll call vote if they feel as though the Senate procedures have not gone correctly. So I ask now, with everything considered, as well as the fact that there's likely not much of a need to abuse this, considering that there's a voter record that's already established and published on the website, that we simply make a motion to change it to 1/3, which I'm amendable to, and pass the bill. If that's the only issue that we have, just make it a third and pass it. And that's all that I ask for. So I yield the remainder of my time.
Okay, Madam Mayor, the motion for this time?
I move to amend the bill to 1/3, so amended.
Okay, are there any objections? Are there any other motion for this time?
I move to table SSB 2024-1044 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections?
I object.
Same motion remade by roll call vote.
Alright, are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion.
No, by roll call vote.
No, I'm seeing it.
Okay, to that, yeah.
Seeing none, okay. Alright, clerk, you please take the roll.
Yes. Brian?
Sorry.
This is table.
Yes.
Rubai?
Yes.
Fung?
No.
Henley?
Yes.
Badin?
Yes.
Insuasti is not here. Prieto?
Yes.
Wang?
Seeing as I would want to change anything, I will abstain.
All right, there's 5 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstention.
I have 5 yeses, 1 no, 1 abstention. That motion is carried. So SSB 2024-1044 has been officially tabled. Now we move on to SSB, which is?
Point of order. I move to 5%.
Alright, any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Now we're moving to that subject.
Are you going to pass this one? Okay.
No, you didn't.
I want to.
I'm gonna read so that I can.
To recognize the needs of these individuals, for them to be better informed, to better the prestige of this university, in order to enact our duties as the student government to serve all of our constituents. I believe that this sets a baseline for what we need to do as the student government, and it sets up the stage for future legislation to be heard of this issue. I think the rest of my time.
Alright, we're moving on to 5 minutes of Q&A. Are there any questions? No, we're moving to 5 minutes of debate. Okay, no, we're moving to 2 minutes of final privilege.
I
If possible, I have a list of senators who I would like to add to the sponsor line.
Are there any wishes this time?
A point of information. Would you like to add them now or at when the piece of legislation hits the floor of the Senate?
If possible, I would like to add them now.
Okay, lovely.
Are there any wishes this time?
I move to add the list of senators to the sponsor line of SSB 2024-1132 that are about to be listed by Senator Arturo Zárate.
That's gonna be Senator Elizabeth Insuasti, Senator Caitlin Matthews, Senator Simone Liang, Senator Raj Mia, Senator Vivian Fung, Senator Antonio Hendricks, Senator Zoe Richter.
If you could just at the same time, if you could just hand that list over to the clerk.
Thank you. Thank you. That's all the red ones?
The
underlined ones?
Any, still more final privilege.
I yield the rest of my time.
Are there any other wishes this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1132 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing no motion passes, SSB 2024-1132 has been officially approved. We're now going to move on to SSB 2024.
I move to consider SSB 2024-1109.
Any objections? Seeing no motion passes, we're now going to move on to SSB 2024-1109. Resolution requesting the installation of security cameras for La Casita, IBC, and NPHC Garden. Authors are Senator Laura Jean Bryant and Senator Marian Enriquez. You guys now have 5 minutes for presentation on the resolution.
Okay, so obviously it's quite simple. It's a resolution requesting for the installation of security cameras for La Casita, IBC, and the NPHC Garden. On October 31st, 2022, the National Panhellenic Council Garden faced its 3rd incident of vandalism within the past two years through the removal of Greek letters from 4 of the 9 plaques. So that's obviously something that we would like to not happen again.
Okay, we're now going to move on to 5 minutes question and answer. 5 minutes date, 2 minutes final privilege.
I would love to see this passed. Yeah, I am.
All right, now we're moving on to motion. Any wishes this time?
I move to amend the sponsors line of SSB 2024-1109 by adding the following names to the sponsors line. Senator Aaron Rubai. Okay. Indicate in that amendment that includes every individual member of the Judiciary Committee except for Elizabeth Insuasti, as well as Minority Leader Nathaniel Belton, Senator Monson, and by unanimous consent.
Okay. Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Are there any other motions this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1109 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1109 has been officially approved. We're now going to move on to
1092.
I move to Okay. Point of information. So I would like to mention that when it comes to the reserve transfers, the Senate Exec Committee has not met to discuss this and other legislation. So that's, you said
It's a
10
resolution. It's just
yes,
supporting.
but there's part of it that endorses the allocation of reserve transfer funds. I'm not sure if that gets into.
No, that's a legal question.
Because there are 4 of these. I don't know if.
Yeah, there are 4 of these.
Okay, so I don't know if advocating. There's no. Do you? I would.
But thank you. No, you're good. When it comes to like a resolution, the term endorsing can be kind of a concern, just because it is like bringing into question a sense of like commitment to something. However, if it is a sentiment of the student senate, there really isn't no power behind that. So I mean, technically someone could endorse something and then just not endorse it like later, even though that would be kind of like shiesty, like realistically. But this resolution has no teeth into it. So as long as it's not like ordering an action, then it's
it's in line with what a resolution would do traditionally, so it would be still under the right purpose.
There's
It's
no
just-
order, there's no guarantee, like, this doesn't do anything, it just advocates for it. And it just suggests that the Senate does support it, essentially.
Point of information. So I think this is good and should pass, although I do want to get to ones where this isn't the issue. I don't want to do four. Is that the desire of?
I believe that this is one of the most pressing bills of mine.
I
mean,
agree,
these
I'm just not
communities,
sure.
ISA, IOC, BSA, PSA, and I'm not trying to delay anything here,
No, I
but
understand.
they are
Yes.
out of event funding. These need to be passed today.
Okay.
So if we really don't like the word endorse, if that's the only problem, we can work on finding a different word, and we can do that really quick. But these four bills need to
Okay,
be
those
passed.
can be amended later. Okay.
Supports. So, yeah, I'm fine with changing to supports. That's fine.
Yeah,
If that's the
okay.
issue, that's fine.
Do you want to?
Yeah.
Make that amendment now?
Well, I mean, we haven't even considered.
I know, yeah,
Just
okay.
every single time we go into one of these bills, then during amendments, you can just amend it and change, so, Senate steadfastly supports the algorithm. It's fine. You can get rid of the word endorse.
Okay.
Yeah.
In this instance, I believe it would be okay to make this a block. So.
Oh, I disagree though, because there are authors that are not present.
Okay. Thank you for letting me know.
Yep.
Right. So, I move to consider SSB 2024-1092 by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any questions? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now moving into, Senate Bill 2024-1092, resolution supporting the Indian Student Association Board Event Programming, authored by Deputy Minority Party Leader Anamika Naidu and Minority Party Leader Nitin Paul and Senator Washington. Once you're ready to go 5 minutes presentation, go ahead.
Hi, okay, so, Holi is it's a North Indian event that essentially signifies, it has some cultural ties, religious ties, but I'm not gonna get too much into the deep, thing about that, but essentially what happened is, ISA tends to use about 15K to run this event, and essentially what happened is when they opened the form to apply for this funding, last semester to apply for spring funding, the form crashed, they got back on it by 9:03, funding was out, and so essentially, I know in the interest of time, I'm just not gonna go over all of it, but essentially what this is calling for is for us to fund this event, whether in totality or at least somewhat through Senate funding. That's essentially the gist. Is there anything I need to say in specific? I know we're on a time crunch.
No, yeah, I do just want to add, because I am also an author, it is not, well, it's not Senate funding, it's just reserve money. And again, this is something that, as far as the teeth of it, this will be decided by the executive committee. So again, this bill, as has already been indicated, and the other three, they do not in any way dictate that that has to happen. That's another bill that's being considered in another committee. So again, I think we both stand unwaveringly in support of it and would like to see it passed.
Also, I want to illustrate that in America, in Florida also, the Hindu population is literally less than 1%, so it's extremely important that we preserve these kinds of events and spaces in college communities, because it can be really hard for students to kind of get this type of experience outside of a country like India, unfortunately. The highest percentage of Hindus in America is 3% in New Jersey, and so it's very hard to kind of engage with that kind of population, so it's just super important that we're facilitating that kind of thing on campus.
You have the rest of your time?
Yeah, I do there's some time.
We have 5 minutes of question and answer whenever you guys are ready.
Would you be amenable to changing the word endorses to supports?
It says supporting.
Oh, this one says?
No.
On my end, I think it's supporting. Resolution supporting the Indian Student Association's.
No, it's those. That's one.
Endorses the allocation.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, yeah, that's the only, I think this is a great idea.
Any other questions? We're gonna move into 5 minutes of debate. Okay, now we're gonna move into 2 minutes of final privilege whenever you're ready.
Hope to see it pass. I yield the remainder of the time.
And I move the motions. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1092 by unanimous consent.
Okay, there's been, any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024 1092 has been officially approved. We're now gonna move on to
I move to consider SSB 2024-1076 by unanimous consent.
any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now gonna move on to SB 2024 1076. Resolution commemorating Maggie Paxton and Sophia Lambert advocating for improved pedestrian safety and structured review, authored by Senator Ann Anderson.
Yeah, I'll be brief for brevity's sake, but Sophia Lambert was a girl who went to my high school, and she eventually got to UF, and unfortunately she was tragically taken from us right in Midtown, actually, and Maggie Paxton was in a similar situation about 2 weeks later. So it just was the, I believe, 3-year anniversary of it, and I just want to commemorate it and also implore Preview to, or at least UPD, to discuss actual like off-campus traffic safety, and I've been in touch with Preview and all that, but that's pretty much it. Yeah, I hope it passes.
Move on to 5 minutes question and answer. No, we're not going to move on to debate. Now we're going to move on to 2 minutes final privilege.
I hope it passes. That's really it. Thank you.
Now we're going to go to motions. Any motions this time?
Point of information.
Yeah, can we just amend it to add some sponsors? Because I personally would like to
yeah.
sponsor it, and then the other people.
Julia said her name's spelled wrong.
Yeah.
Thank you for noticing that. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. But you want to sponsor as the president? Okay. So I move to amend SSB 2024-1076 to include the following names under the sponsors line, including every member of the Judiciary Committee by name. When everyone else wants to say their name out loud for the room, just to speed it up. Or set, I mean, I could, okay.
What's up?
I'm already on.
Oh, perfect.
Okay, Minority Party Leader Nathaniel Hudson, Senator Arturo Salate, Senator Monson, and Jonathan Stevens, President of the Tri-State Union.
And then be married for their
And Deputy Party Leader? A lot of names.
The whole
The whole committee's on it.
Our talk is in the areas.
Okay, perfect.
Okay, yeah. Abby's name is spelled wrong. It's A-B-B-Y. So that's part of the amendment is to change Abby Williams'
Perfect.
name to be spelled correctly. And Julia Cyphers as well to be changed. All right, by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any other motions this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1076 by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections this time? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1076 has been officially approved. We're now going to move on to SSB
1091.
Yep.
It's, they're all the same.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, we're just going on now.
No, but that's in the same block of the reserves funding was the only questionable.
Yeah, I want to do all full.
Okay, we're now going with SB 2024-1091, resolution supporting Islam on campus Islam Appreciation Month and Bronco Cisco programming.
Do I have to say I move to consider?
I think we subject to the last go with number 4.
We just did 76.
Well, you do.
I move to
apologize.
consider SSB 2024-1091 by unanimous consent.
Okay, is there an objection? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now on to SB 2024-1091, again, resolution supporting Islam on campus Islam Appreciation Month and Bronco Cisco programming, authored by Senator Isha Khan, and sponsored by, I'm assuming Senator Hunter Moss and
It's anyone who's a sponsor, yeah.
Like, I'm open to, I just also.
Who wants to present?
I can present. Okay, yeah, so I mean, I'm gonna keep it pretty quick, because this is just, it's the same thing as the next, 2 and the one we just passed. But essentially, Islam on Campus did not receive the event funding that they normally receive for various events, including FAST-a-thon, which is a cornerstone event for the Muslim community here on campus, as well as other events that they hold throughout the year. This community has reached out to us, essentially asking that we do as is precedence in the Senate, which is to use reserve funding in the emergency sense to make sure that these events that are very important to the student body are funded. And so for that reason, I ask again, let me just check the therefore before I finish. So again, we can change that. But again, I ask that this be passed. It's just very important that we protect this community, that we make sure that they receive the funding that they need to, uplift such a minority on campus, and that's about it. So I'm open to questions and hope this passes.
Just double check, minimal to
Yeah.
replacing supporting.
Yep.
Any debate? Any questions? Any debate? Okay, final privilege.
I wait.
We're not going with the motion there, motion this time.
I move to amend SSB 2024-1091 to change the word endorses in the last, therefore let me resolve statement to supports. By unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Any other motion for this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1091 by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1091 has been officially approved. Now going to move on to SB 2024-1092, resolution supporting Indian Student Associated Organized moved and seconded. Okay.
I move to consider, SSB, 2024-1127 by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, that motion passes. We're now gonna move on to SSB 2024-1127, resolution advocating for initiatives to bring awareness to individuals with physical disabilities through training affirmed by key students with disability has been advocated. Offered by Senator Laura J. Bryan and Senator Marian Enriquez. Whenever you guys are ready.
Okay, so like it said, it's a resolution advocating for initiatives to bring awareness to individuals with physical disabilities through creating a program that teaches the students about disabilities and how to be an advocate. So the main thing is that we'd want to do is obviously create a presentation and hold nights throughout that we could present this to any individuals who are interested in learning about how to be an advocate, as well as hopefully expanding this from there and maybe doing panels. I am a disabilities minor, so that's something that I'm very passionate about. Yeah. I yield my time.
We're gonna move into 5 minutes of Q&A.
Would you be amenable to changing this word will to would? In the last, therefore, for the final year result?
Yeah.
Okay, because it would, because we're not ordinary.
Yes.
Okay.
Any other questions? Okay, we're now moving on to 5 minutes of debate. 2 minutes final privilege.
Yeah, I just hope it passes. That's it. I yield.
We move on to motions. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to amend SSB 2024-1127 to change the word will in the last therefore let it finally be resolved paragraph to would. So the sentence will now read empowering them to become advocates who would foster inclusivity. By unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion passes.
To add some information? Yeah. All right, sounds good. I move to add following senators and other members that are present to the sponsors line, including every member of the Judiciary Committee by name that has not already been included. Minority Party Leader Nathaniel Pelton, Senator Monson, Senator Naidu. Oh, is it? Deputy Minority Party Leader. Okay. Senator Versailles. All right. That.
I can't believe you say my name.
That's right. By unanimous consent. I move to pass SSB 2024-1127 by unanimous consent.
Now I'm going to move on to
1093.
I move to consider SSB 2024-1093 by unanimous consent.
Resolution supporting Pakistan students issued various event programming, authored by Senator Ishan Khan and sponsored by Senator Monson, Minority Party Leader Nathaniel Pelton. Whoever wants to present, whenever you guys are ready.
I can do it.
Okay.
Go for it.
But this one essentially is a lot like the last two. Regards the research funding, they put on a lot of events, PSA puts on a lot of events. As we said, they did not get the proper funding they need for these events. It's very much like the others. I don't know how to explain any other different than same thing, but more event funding for this organization because IOC was the last one and then ISA is the other one before. So I hope you all do this. Thank you very much.
And now we're going to move on to 5 minutes question and answer.
Yeah. I use it. Yeah. Cool. Sorry.
We're going to move on to 5 minutes of question and answer.
Are you amenable to change supports, set endorses?
The endorses to sports, yes.
Cool.
Is there any more now 5 minutes of debate? Okay, 2 minutes final privilege.
I do the rest of the time. I have you.
We're going to move into motions. Are there any motions this time?
I move to amend SSB 2024-1093 so that the word endorses in the last paragraph, therefore let it resolved, is changed to the word supports by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Are there any other motions at this time?
Anyone else wish to be on? I guess first. Okay. Yeah. Okay. I move to pass SSB 2024-1093 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. SB 2024, 1093 is officially approved. We're now going to move on to
It's all through history.
All right. All right. Yeah, tonight. I move to consider SSB 2024-1094 by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. We're now gonna move on to SB 2024-1094, resolution special intensified survey listing food options in dining halls and products and pod markets. Authored by Senator Maria Enriquez, Senator Luigi Ragavan, and Senator Jason Von Holton.
The sponsors, you or AJ can speak on
AJ, do you want to present?
On 1094?
Yes.
Sure. Resolution conducted.
Are you ready?
Honestly, just for brevity's sake, I'm just gonna waive my time. I appreciate it though.
5 minutes.
This is, I guess, semantic thing, but they're no longer called bond markets, they're just called the market now.
Oh, okay, we can change that. We're gonna go to 5 minutes question and answer. 5 minutes debate. Okay, 2 minutes public privilege. Waived. Okay. We're now gonna move on to motions. Are there any motions this time?
So, is that something that
They're all called
the market? All of them?
Yeah, all the locations, when we had the new food service provider, they changed it from spot market because it was proprietary to the previous people, and it's just called the market now.
So every individual one is the market?
Well, it's the market at blank, the market at blank.
Oh,
Market
okay.
Little, market at Graham, market at.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a dumb name, but blame
How
that.
do we, it's the most efficient way.
So technically, there's still the markets, plural, right? We're referring to all of them, okay. So how many times is this brought up in this space? Okay.
I moved the
Well, yeah.
title.
There's more than just that. I move to amend SSB 2024-1094 to remove the word pod, the acronym pod from the title and call it the markets instead. I repeat that in the first whereas clause where the acronym POD is also stated again. In addition to the first, therefore let it be resolved paragraph where it also repeats the acronym POD by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. We're now going to other motions. What motions?
I move to add the following people to the sponsors line of SSB 2024-1094 by unanimous consent. Oh, well, not, as repeated now. Senator Aaron Rubai. Okay, all of the senators not currently listed under the sponsors line members that are members of the Judiciary Committee. Minority Party Leader, Phil Hilton. Okay. And then Deputy Minority Party Leader Maggie and Senator Watson. By unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. Are there any other motions this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1094 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, motion passes. SC 2024-1094 is initially approved. We're now going to move on to.
No, that's. Oh, my apologies. 1108.
We're now going to move on. Oh, did you have a motion?
Okay, this is.
Consider SSB 2024 by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there objections? Seeing none, motion passes. SB 2024-1108, resolution supporting the Bangladeshi Student Association International Multi-Language Day event programming, authored by Senator Asif Islam and sponsored by Minority Party Leader Nina Thompson.
Yeah, I'm not going to beat a dead horse here. I mean, we've done it 3 times in a row already. Same story, different organization, Bangladeshi Student Association. Very important that these students are represented, their rights and the rights of the events are upheld. I'm open to the word endorsing, even scratch in exchange for support, so you can have a question just to save time. And yeah, I hope to stay fast. So I yield.
Okay, we're now going to 5 minutes of Q&A. Okay, 5 minutes of debate. Okay, 2 minutes of final privilege.
I waive.
Alright, we're now going to go to motion. Are there any motions this time?
Point of information. Would it be better to include the word future in these, or no, because it hasn't already, I guess it kind of implies future. This is like a, because it hasn't already been allocated, because the Senate Executive Committee, do you know if that's correct?
I'm sorry, where are you, what are you?
Safe spot supports.
Yeah.
Does that automatically, technically refer to like future?
It's kind of the same thing. I mean, adding the word future doesn't do anything because
Yeah.
the allocation just kind of infers that the allocation will
Is in
occur
the
in the
future.
future.
Okay, that's
So
right, that's what I'm
I
saying.
don't think it's that big of a deal.
Okay.
As long as you switch it to support, which is the only issue that you have,
Got it.
everything's fine.
Right, so, are we in motion? I move to amend SSB 2024-1108 to change the word endorses to supports in the final report to be further be resolved paragraph. By unanimous consent. I move to pass SSB 2024-1108 by unanimous consent.
I move to consider SSB 2024-1129. Unanimous.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now going to move on to SB 2024-1129.
Yeah.
You said 1129. Resolution advocating to mandate student government officials to need community service quota each semester, authored by Senator Leah Henley and Senator Hallie Burton. Leah, whenever you're ready.
This one's just kind of common sense. I think we've all come to the collective agreement that student government officials need to meet their community service quota. In the resolution, it gives ways and how we can do that and how it would benefit Alachua County schools and Alachua County in general.
I'm going to 5 minutes of question and answer. Starting today. Okay, 2 minutes final privilege.
See it passed.
Okay. We're going to move on to motion. Are there any motions this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1129 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1129 is officially approved. We're now going to move on to
My apologies. 1073.
We're now going to move on to SB 2024-1073, resolution condemning the ban of 1,600 books in the Escambia County School District, authored by Senator Hunter Monson, Senator Aziz Islam, Senator Alan Rivera, and my very president, Hunter, whenever you're ready.
So, recently there was a ban, obviously the Escambia County School District, they banned books like the Merriam-Webster's Dictionary, and Frank's Diary, the Encyclopedia, and the Guild of the World Records, which is very strange enough. There's sexual content, or sexually implicit content, which their rationale behind it is based on Florida State Hospital 1069, which states that the school district boards are responsible for materials used in classroom library, providing provisions related to projects of certain materials and blah, blah, blah. However, that review was given to that school board and that school district, but they found that all these others following and about 1,580 other more violated children's rights of having sexual content in them. However, I feel as if though these are very important educational opportunities, and books like the dictionary, books like the encyclopedia, they're important for low-income communities especially, and it's very well studied that a lot of these educators within the K-12, it's deep in the whereas clause, but 63% of educators and public school districts say that these banned books in general have impacted their ability to teach. And if a majority of teachers feel if their ability to teach is impacted, I feel as if that ban should not be appreciated. Also, according to UNICEF, that when children face these barriers of book banning, their ability to shape their future decisions later in life and critical thinking are significantly inhibited. So I would like to promote a more diverse education for the state of Florida. So I yield the rest of my time.
5 minutes of Q&A.
All right, one question. Also, would you mind amending this to strike the therefore let it be resolved statement that doesn't finish the sentence?
Oh yeah, I recognize that.
Okay. You can
I saw it. You can just strike that. Just strike that.
Okay,
one.
yeah.
I had a thought and I forgot it. Just strike it.
We're going to move on to 5 minutes of debate.
Great idea. I think this needs to be vocalized by the UF student government and the UF Senate.
2 minutes final privilege.
Have this passed. I give the rest of my time.
Any motion this time?
All right, I move to amend SSB 2024-1073 to strike the third, therefore let it further be resolved. Wait, I rescind that. I move to amend SSB 2024-1073 to strike the second, therefore let it further be resolved paragraph that ends in the word that. by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any other motions?
Point of information, would you be open to adding sponsors?
Always.
I move to add myself and who else would like to the sponsors.
So is that the, am I reading?
It's the book anyway. That's probably that's kind of special. I'll look at you.
You're on.
I'm pretty sure.
Am I on that?
Wrong one. On the screen.
It was a different one. There are very few sponsors on that one, so you're not on that one. You're also not on that one, AJ.
Please.
I rescind that motion.
I know, but,
Okay.
no, but you're in the list now.
Oh.
Okay.
I move to amend the sponsor line of SSB 2024-1073 to include the following names that are not already included on the sponsors line, including, no, I'm gonna go in order. So, Senator, Aaliyah Henley, yes. Senator LJ or Brian, what do you prefer? Either one. Yeah, it's changes. Senator Rubai, Senator Lang, Senator Dean, Senator Fung, Senator Amster, and President of the Pride Student Union, Jonathan Stevens. Is that correct?
Yes,
Sponsoring?
correct.
Okay. Senator Sadate and Deputy Minority Party Leader Maggie. By unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Any other motions this time?
Move to pass SSB 2024-1073 by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1073 is officially approved. We're now going to move on to
Yeah, 11:05.
Move to consider SSB 2024-1105 by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now going to move on to SSB 2024-1105, resolution creating a student center on campus.
Point of information. Is this substantially similar to another piece of legislation?
I'm sorry, which one was it again?
1105. I just want to make sure that this
Yeah.
is substantially similar.
There's not, a bill has not been passed regarding
Yes,
this piece of
but
center,
I
however.
want to,
So, nothing from my caucus that was submitted in the last 2 weeks is substantially similar to this, so you're fine.
got it, okay.
I want to say that I worked on, and I talked to the administrators regarding this idea, and they told me that unfortunately there's not enough, because La Casita and IBC, the centers are already inadequately funded, and are probably taken care of, but they didn't think that this was a feasible idea, so. But this is again, just resolution advocating for it, but I just want to let you guys know that I did communicate with the administrators regarding this as well.
So, say that in debate, that would have to be in debate.
You're right, I agree.
That's, yeah.
Doesn't matter.
Okay.
Yeah, okay, moving on, oh, no, not moving on.
Presentations.
Presentation, AJ, would you like to present?
Sure. Give me 1 second.
It is 11:05.
It's 11:05. Okay. Okay, so-
Or Gabrielle, you can go with that too. Or just wait while you're kind of. Yeah. I'm gonna, yeah. Do you want, okay, so, do you, wait, okay, so, alright, we're gonna move on to 5 minutes of question and answer. 5 minutes of debate.
You can bring that if you want now, so that's properly in the record.
Move on, okay, to final privilege. You wait.
Yeah.
Okay, are there any motions at this time?
Move to pass SSB 2024-1105 by unanimous consent.
Any objections? None, that motion passes. SB 2024-1105 has officially been approved. We're now gonna move on to,
1066.
SB 2024-1066. Resolution condemning SB 846 and its effects on international graduate students, authored by Senator Hunter Monson, Senator Angelo Gomino, and Senator Asita Salam. Hunter, what do you think?
Okay, so I've talked about this extensively in public comment. Recently, Majority Party Leader Julia Cypher also did. They cited this. This state bill essentially knocks out almost half of the international graduate student population here at UF, and their contributions are just, we can't undermine their contributions. People from all these foreign countries of concern have contributed so much to the university's prestige, advancement, and research that I feel that we as the student body and the student senate should look at this and evaluate this, as well as the fact that there have been a faculty petition, or there has been a faculty petition that's been trying to be sent out to President Ben Sass, and he hasn't heard their words yet, and that's one thing that this resolution does ask for, that he heeds the requests of the faculty. And I believe there's over 300 faculty signatures on it, and I just would like to, one, create general awareness to that fact that this is something that is affecting the university, and the faculty is concerned about this. I yield the rest of my time.
And here's the 5 minutes of question and answer. 5 minutes of debate.
Really quickly. Yeah, good. Sorry.
2 minutes of final privilege.
I hope this passes.
Any motion this time?
I move to add myself.
I would like to show a long list of sponsors to the clerk that majority party leaders have presented. It's a long list.
Oh boy.
Okay, you want? Yeah. Point of information. Yeah. You want to do this right now? I can.
Yeah. I can.
It works. Yeah. If you want to show the list.
That's actually, it's a long list. I don't know if you want to talk about it. So.
Yeah. That's.
Yeah, that's
But
right.
additionally, with
names though. Oh,
Thank
yeah,
you.
well, yeah, I haven't moved Adrian.
Uh-huh.
It's like, I didn't see it.
To add sponsors yet.
Okay, I'm just gonna
I
like.
moved to add the following sponsors to the sponsors line of SSB 2024-1066 that are included on the phone screen. By Senator Watson. Huh?
Can you also include
Yeah. Oh, yeah. I was just doing that first.
Yeah.
And Senator Vivian Fong. Yeah. By unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any other motions this time? Do you approve the bill or?
Yeah. I move to approve SSB 2024-1066 by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1066 is officially approved. We are now going to move on to, Fulton. You wanted to, what next?
That was what.
Oh, I apologize.
That's a bill.
Hunter,
23. Thank you.
thank you.
Your job a little bit easier.
No, I appreciate it.
I'm going to consider SSB 2024-1123. Are you consent?
Objection, seeing none, the motion passes. We are now moving to consider SB 2024-1123, the resolution requesting on-campus dietary accommodation for religious holidays, authored by Senator Caroline Kelly, Senator Annabella Vegna, and Senator Monique Ragavan. Senator Jonathan Bedine is present. He will be presenting it.
I would.
Okay. Moving into 5 minutes of Q&A.
Point of information, could you repeat the number on bill?
1123.
1123. Okay.
We're now going to move into 5 minutes of Q&A. 5 minutes of debate. 2 minutes final privilege.
I would.
Okay, and motion of any motion this time.
I move to pass SSB 2024-11.
Sponsors.
Yes,
Like
okay.
people.
Sponsors, all right, I move to amend SSB 2024-1123 to add the following sponsors to the sponsors line. Everyone who isn't already listed from the Judiciary Committee individually, Senator Monson, Minority Leader Pelton, Deputy Minority Party Leader Naidu, and Senator Zadate. By unanimous consent.
Okay, are there objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any other motions this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1123 by unanimous consent.
Okay, any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1123 has been officially approved.
Let's see.
Point of information. How would this? I feel like this isn't procedurally correct doing this. How would that normally be conducted?
What, like this hopping from bill to bill? You could just postpone all the other ones until after consideration of just resolution. That might be other way, Jonathan.
Well,
I'm talking about
I think what we're
discussing ahead of time.
Yeah,
So theoretically, when it comes to like hearing bills, if you are considering, like if the committee does feel that they want priority, then they can do so. I mean, there's nothing barring you from considering a bill beforehand. It's more so that if there is pending business that is like, I mean, the committee should create a determination before adjournment, or else it would be considered just procedurally tabled. So you're doing fine. There's no issue with it. You're not like violating other people's time, because at this point no one has raised a point of order that, hey, they would like to review their bill because of a time constraint, or that bills are being heard beforehand, that would have been heard after theirs. So you're fine.
Yeah, I just want to add to reaffirm a lot of that. I just think that, I think this is working. Like, I think that this like back and forth,
Yeah,
like
I'm just making sure this
August
is-
priorities are there.
Yeah.
It's good because I know that like a lot of the vision bills were way further down in the lineup. So I think this is just a really great way for us to just keep going back and forth to get the priorities through whatever we want. I think it's working fine, and there's nothing wrong procedurally. So
Okay, yeah,
I'd
just
say,
double checking procedurally.
yeah, no,
Okay, cool.
I think it's good.
Right.
We're moving on to.
Yeah, 1065.
We're now in consideration for SB 2024-1065, resolution addressing the financial burden stemming from a lack of on-campus graduate housing options, authored by Senator Hunter Monson, who will
Awesome. So for this bill, it mainly focuses on the closure of the previous demolition and closure that was decided by the U of Master Plan regarding University Village South and McGuire Village. Both of those are located by Lakeside and Southwest, that area. They're planned to become fields for Southwest. Graduate housing is planning to become fields. Yes. And I have so much data on this. Like, if you want to look at it, it's like 3 pages. Like, it's a resolution that's 3 pages. But the UF Master Plan, essentially, at the beginning of 2020, they had a statistic of 1,800 beds, because they don't consider rooms because there's families. The graduate students have families, which constitutes as beds. That gets cut in half by 2030 for their plan to like 900. So they plan to cut down graduate housing like over 50%, which I feel is insane. And graduate students already have enough financial implications. Like I said, they have families, and them being forced to live far off campus not only gets them away from campus where they do late night research, and frankly, they live with their families. So we don't want them coming back at 3 a.m. having to commute, especially when the bus is far down that late. So I feel that just calling the fact that these implications of the closure of these graduate housing and the lack thereof of this graduate housing has significant financial drawbacks, and that might be food insecurity, that might just be financial insecurity, or just not being able to take care of their families. So I give the rest of my time to people like through the rest of statistics.
Okay, we're now going to move on to 5 minutes Q&A. Round of debate, 2 minutes final privilege.
I hope this passes. Thank you.
Motion, are there any motions this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024.
Or objection?
I object. Can we add sponsors? Okay. So I move to amend the sponsors line of SSP 2024-1065, add the following sponsors. All members of the Judiciary Committee that are not previously mentioned in the sponsors line, and Senator Zondervan, by unanimous consent. And Senator Amster, shoot, do I have to make?
No, you're good.
Okay. By unanimous consent, yep.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any other motions at this time?
I move to pass SSP 2024-1065 by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1065 is officially approved. We're now going to move on to SSB.
I move to consider. Yes. I move to consider SSP. No,
it's your turn.
2024-1124 by unanimous consent.
Are there objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now into consideration for SB 2024-1124, resolution providing increased awareness on upcoming events, sponsored by Senator Annabelle Rajigna and Senator Isabel Benin. Seeing that none of the office or sponsors are here, and none of them indicated that they wanted a phone interview, we are going to waive their time, and we're going to go straight into items like Q&A. Are there any questions? Debate? Any kind of privilege? No? Okay, great. We're going to go straight to motions. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to amend SSB 2024-1124 in the second, therefore, let it be further resolved paragraph to change the word providing to provide. So it now reads, and the Let Students Choose program to further provide students by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Are there any other motions at this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1124 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SCP 2024-1124 has been officially approved. We now are going to move on to
1063.
SCP 2024-1063, a resolution in support of initiating a gender affirming care advocacy campaign authored by Senator Alan Rivera and sponsored by Deputy Minority Party Leader Anamika Naidu and Senator Hunter Monson. Whenever you guys are ready to present.
Okay, so essentially, just a like background, there is one doctor on the entirety of the campus of UF that oversees all of the gender affirming care for every student, which is about 5,000 under his tutelage right now. Also, this bill was a little more into depth about the fact that DeSantis put a memorandum on essentially the information about the gender affirming care that we do at UF here, which potentially could be a huge risk to the students that are seeking care at this university, especially when they don't have financial means to go pursue that kind of care elsewhere, that kind of treatment, and they rely on the school to be able to do things like that. I think that is super scary, especially for a student who's living in a state that has proven itself to be, committed to derailing the queer community, particularly queer and trans youth. So essentially what this resolution will be calling for is for the school and the Senate to do whatever we need to do in terms of whether that's awareness, accessibility, anything under the umbrella of a gender affirming care campaign to support those students in this time. Yeah, I yield.
We move to 5 minutes question and answer. Any questions? 5 minutes debate. 2 minutes final privilege.
I hope this passes. Thank you.
Now we're going to move to motion. Are there any motions at this time?
Move to pass SSB 2024-1063 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SCP 2024-1063 has been officially approved. We're now going to move on to
I move. No, we're not doing that one because there are substantially similar bills. All right, I move to consider SSB 2024-1110 by unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now going to move on to SCP 2024-1110. No, whoa, sorry, 1110. 1110.
1110.
1110, SCP 24-1110. Resolution promoting creation of Milford Parking with the right student union, authored by Cole Levengood, sponsored by, who wants to do that? Gabby or Jonathan, or Aaron, or LJ.
I'll just see really quick. Just generally with rights, it's kind of a pain to get to your parking, especially during the day. So you're gonna have to set lot, that little weird thing in front of the wheels. And then sometimes there's space in the lot by Malachowski, but it kind of sucks. So most of your parking would be just.
We're now going to 5 minutes question and answer, 5 minutes debate, 2 minutes final privilege. Okay, we're now going to move to motions. Are there any motions at this time?
I move to amend SSB 2024-1110 to include the following names on the sponsors line, including Senator Monson, all members of the Judiciary Committee individually that have not been previously mentioned in the sponsors line by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now going to, any other motion this time?
What a personal privilege. May I address the room?
Yes.
All right, I really like this progress. I do think like wrapping up soon is a good idea. I don't know if you want to extend it all the way to, because at this room we are kicked out at 9. It's reserved till 9, so I anticipate that this should go till roughly 8:45 until we start ending things and figuring out how that's working and just getting out of the room.
How about one more each, and then we're good?
Perfect.
Does that sound good to you?
That sounds amazing.
Cool.
Lovely.
Give me just a second to decide. It's like
okay.
Picking which poison I want.
Yeah, got it. Yes. Wait. Okay. So we're not technically in recess. So I move to approve SSB 2024-1110 by unanimous consent.
Okay, there are objections. Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1110 is now been officially approved.
10:58. Actually, I don't know that, okay. I do like, so Deputy Party Leader just brought up the idea of just basically going until 11, or thank God it's not 11, 8:50, just as much as we can do by then, if that's okay. I do agree, we just need to get as much as we can done by then, if that's okay. Again, we're doing 1, 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
10:58.
What?
10:58.
Okay, yeah, 10.
Yeah, 10:58.
I move to consider SSB 2024-1058 by unanimous consent.
Okay, then objection, seeing no motion passes, we now consider SB 2024-1058, resolution urging you to join the University Study Slavery Consortium, authored by Senator Caitlin Matthews, Minority Party Leader, and Dana Calhoun will be presented.
Yeah, okay, so this is a bill that has been in the works since last summer. Senator Matthews and I have done a lot of research to get this bill to where it is today. Essentially, just to give a bit of a rundown for those who might not have had the chance to look through it just yet, I know there's been a lot of bills up for consideration. Essentially, after the murder of George Floyd back in 2020, the University of Florida actually, and the Student Senate both advocated for and actually created a working group to, again, essentially study the university's connection to the exploitation of indigenous lives and slavery in the past. That working group was established, fortunately, and it finished its work in April of 2022. Once the work was completed, that report came out, but unfortunately the report, in the eyes of many professionals, including the oral history department, many believe that that report was inadequate, as it just did not have the resources, the working group did not have the resources to do further research, and the resources out there were not available to it at the time. Again, this is all testimony given by the leaders of that working group, including former student member of the committee and now a election commissioner at this point in time in student government, Adrian Martinez, who was originally responsible for putting this up. So essentially, what this attempts to do is to advocate for the University of Florida to join something known as the University Studying Slavery Consortium, which was created in 2015 by the University of Virginia, again, in light of many instances of racialized police brutality, essentially just to ensure that universities have the resources necessary to study their roots of slavery. Again, there's a clear need for this university to have those resources. The individuals that working group sought to make this happen, but unfortunately there has not been a voice to come out and really push for it yet. I think this is a really great move in the right direction, especially as we've seen now both parties have come out in support of the Indigenous Land Acknowledgement, et cetera, et cetera. So I would just really like to see that this bill be passed as sort of a re-up of what we did a few years ago as a Senate, to now advocate for joining this consortium. Several SEC schools have already joined, including LSU and University of Georgia. I think it's time that we join, and so I yield the remainder of my time. If there are any questions, please let me know.
Question and answer. Any questions? Comments, debate? 2 minutes final privilege.
I wait.
Okay, we're not going to do motion. Any motion on this time?
Move to pass SSB 2024-1058 by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing the motion passes. SB 2024 1058 has already been approved. We're now going to move on to.
I move to consider SSB 2024-1111 by unanimous consent.
Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now going to move to consideration for SSB 2024-1111, resolution petitioning for a lower base price each year to response to private medications, authored by Senator Colevigan and Senator Roman Seeing that none of the authors or sponsors are present to give a presentation, we're going to leave the time. We're going to go straight to 5 minutes of Q&A. Any questions? 5 minutes of debate. Okay, are there any wishes at this time?
Can I just give a point of question privilege? I work at TAPS, and this is very possible, but it will be very difficult not to diminish today's resolution. And I actually would like to eventually, when they do put this out there, that I am working on this. So feel free to just contact them in your own time. Just say, hey, Hunter Monson had works at TAPS. Feel free to work with him to actually make this an app rather than just a resolution by law. Thanks.
Any wishes at this time?
Amend the sponsor line to include all members of the Judiciary Committee, Minority Party Leader Linda Pelton, Senator Hunter Monson, Senator Arturo Zarate.
It's on the first syllable.
Yes. Anybody else? Deputy Minority Party Leader Anamika Naidu, Senator Aaron Anderson. Is that? Okay,
Are there any other motions this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1111 by unanimous.
Okay, any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1111 has been officially approved. We're now gonna move on to.
1070.
Okay, can you motion, please?
I move to consider SSB 2024-1070 by unanimous consent.
Okay, any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now in consideration for SB 2024-1070. Resolution recognizing the need for advising the College of Liberal Arts and Sciences, specializing in trans student affairs, authored by Senator Sarah Hoffer, and then sponsored by Senator Hunter Monson and Minority Party Leader Virginia Felton, one of which we will be presenting. So, go ahead.
Cool. This is a really interesting situation. So I just want to kind of reflect first on the author and because I was actually there as they were writing it. So Senator Sarah Hoffer is actually a transfer student here to UF. I think that transfer students are a group of individuals, a minority on this campus that we tend to sort of forget the needs of. She acknowledged that essentially there is no specialization for advisors specifically for the transfer affairs of students on campus. And so this bill essentially just advocates for that being considered. I would say that there appear to be a few issues with the formatting of this bill. I would ask that the committee, add some spacing and maybe fix it up a little bit before it is officially approved. But I think this is a really great start to the sort of discussion that needs to be had over transfer students, and again, the need for advisors specifically for them. So unless I'll try anything else.
I'll just add a couple of small bits.
Yeah.
So Senator Hoffer expressed to me that they had like a transfer student week and how like that just was kind of like inadequate. It just seemed like they were just like a little congratulations, welcome to UF, fend off for yourself. And here she's just trying to make it more just official, the fact that this is something that needs to be understood, that they don't have their plan necessarily figured out. They just get thrown into UF at the second or third year and they're just kind of left to fend for themselves. So I feel like this resolution just really puts that into a good perspective, someone that has had to experience that already. So yeah, I'll wait the rest of my time, sorry.
And we're now moving to final question and answer.
All right, specifically, how many things are we amending here, if you know?
Okay,
There
so
needs to be,
here's.
yeah, there needs to be the word then, after the last
Yeah.
whereas clause, the word and, at the end of the first two, therefore the resolved clauses.
I think it should, so that has to be done. There also needs to be a semicolon and after the first whereas clause. And there also needs to be a space added after the list of sponsors and after the final, therefore let it be resolved clause, just to have some space between everything in the proviso and the sponsors line. So just a few little things, very small, but when
Are there any other questions?
There's one small as well. It's a very small one, but in the second whereas clause, like after the citation for two, just getting rid of the space between that. I think it's very small, but
We're now gonna move on to final debate.
I was gonna ask a question.
Or go ahead.
In the second whereas clause, do you want the word enrolled? 2000, or that they enrolled?
did enroll in that year. So like,
Oh, enrolled,
You're saying
sorry,
that-
sorry,
yeah,
I missed
yeah.
it, during.
You're fine.
Yeah, cool. Awesome, that's it.
Now going to 5 minutes debate, 2 minutes final privilege. You, okay. Any motion this time?
I move to amend SSB 2024-1070 by doing the following: adding a semicolon, space, and comma after the first whereas clause, by adding the word semicolon, then comma after the last whereas clause, by adding removing the period, and in the first two, therefore let it be resolved paragraphs, and saying semicolon and comma.
And then the space.
Oh, and then a space in between the end of the last therefore let it be resolved paragraph and the proviso, in addition to a space between the title,
Sponsors line and whereas.
sponsors line and whereas line. By unanimous consent.
Okay, any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Is there any other motion this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1070 by unanimous consent.
Okay, are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1070 has been officially approved. We're now moving on to.
I move to consider SSB 2024-1106 by unanimous consent.
Okay, any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now moving to consideration of SSB 2024-1106, resolution to building locking locker space at campus pools, authored by Gabe Vargas. There's no authors or sponsors who are present at this moment, so we're gonna go straight to 5 minutes of question and answer. Then, question, 5 minutes of debate.
I feel like blocking locker space is an interesting name. I don't think we should amend that without the senator or the author present, but at the same time, I don't know what you want to do with that. That could be amended on the floor, I assume, so.
Are there any motion for this time?
It's not motion to,
Yeah.
so.
No, there's no final privilege.
Oh, cool, okay. Yeah, so I move to pass SSB 2024-1106 by unanimous consent.
Okay. Any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1106 has been officially approved. We're now moving on to.
Let's do 1084.
We're now moving to consideration of SB 2024-1084, Senate resolution to add lighting and blue lights to Ely Park, authored by Senator Megan Leamy, sponsored by Minority Party Leader Daniel Pelton, or did you want to do that? Okay. Or Senator
Okay. Yeah, so funny enough, as many may know, I originally started out running as an independent for the Yulee area seat. So I lived in Yulee the first year here at UF. I have to say, if you've ever been over in the Yulee pit area at night, it is probably one of the spookiest places on planet Earth, let alone at the University of Florida. It is genuinely horrible. It's just a big pit of dirt, and there's no light anywhere. Like, it is really dark, and it is scary to walk. And, like, if you're living in the Yulee area, you walk across to the market, you come back, it's late at night, it's spooky. So this bill that was put forward by the new Yulee senator essentially is just advocating for lights and blue lights in the area, as there also are no blue lights. And, you know, really, as just like a lot of these resolutions, it's up to those that are in the proviso line and, of course, the senator to follow up with those individuals to make it happen. But again, as always, this is just advocating for these things, and I think it's really important that we do that, because if you've ever traversed that area, it's really bad.
I also want to point out that it used to be called Yulee Pit, it's now being called Yulee Preserve or Yulee Park, because administration has been trying to like make that place seem a little bit nicer, but it's a little interesting that they're trying to make it seem nicer and then not make it safer.
Right.
Also, because they just took out a crosswalk that led to a really crucial part of Yulee Pit, Park, Preserve, whatever you want to call it. So I think that this is kind of going to fall in line with what housing has been intended to do.
Wait. We're moving to 5 minutes question and answer, 7 minutes of debate, 2 minutes final privilege.
Wait.
Okay, we're now going to move into motion, but motion for this time.
To pass SSB 2024-1084. By unanimous consent.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1084 has been officially approved. We're now going to move on to.
Point of personal privilege. May I address the room? All right, do we want to do 2 more pieces of legislation?
Yeah, one more each.
One more each? Right. Either way.
Then we can do, I mean, if it's that big of a deal.
I don't really care. It's up to you. It doesn't matter.
We probably have about time for 2 or 3 more. So why don't we just do 2, and then if we have enough time for the last one.
Sounds good. All right.
Yeah.
No. I'm moving to consider SSB 2024-1116 by unanimous consent.
Okay, there's any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now moving into consideration of SSB 2024-1116, resolution for more lifted parking during summer semesters, authored by Senator Marianne Enriquez, sponsored by. Okay.
I would.
Jonathan, the guy who.
I would amend.
Okay, are there any questions? Any debate? Final privilege?
Okay, plan of directed, what do you mean lifting parking? Like, I'm reading it, but like lifting it as in like any decal or?
I didn't write the
Yeah,
bill.
yeah.
I mean, I've read it like once, but can you clarify exactly what it
Again, we have authors present, so if that is an issue, you guys.
I was just asking before, yeah.
I think the general idea is to make it so you don't need a decal.
Right. Yeah, I'm just asking, so like I can present it to my like bosses.
Yeah, I think from what I understood, the general idea is that you don't need a decal over the summer in certain areas at certain times.
Yeah, again.
Yeah, this is looking for this is, yeah.
But are there any motions at this time?
I'm going to amend SSB 2024-1116 to add a space between the final, therefore let it finally be resolved. Paragraph and the proviso by unanimous consent.
As well as.
What? Okay. Well, we already. Okay.
Sure.
Point of information. Yes. So earlier we corrected all legislation. I did this intentionally to say student space bill 2024 dash, and then the secretaries will fill in, because this bill in particular is missing a space between Senate and bill. So I believe that's already addressed. Okay.
Are there, what, excuse me?
I just amended, so now I move to approve SSB 20 to pass 2024, unless we sponsors. Sorry. Yep. Sorry. I move to amend SSB 2024-1116 by adding the following names to the sponsors line. Everyone on the Judiciary Committee individually that has not already been included in the sponsors line. So minority party leader Nathaniel Shelton, Senator Monson.
I'm already on it.
You're already on it, yeah. Really quick. Deputy Minority Party Leader Naidu, and okay. By unanimous consent.
Okay, any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. Any other motions this time?
I move to pass SSB 2024-1116 by unanimous consent.
Okay, any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1116 has been officially approved. We're now going to move on to.
So two more, one more.
We're good.
Good, okay,
Yep.
we hang up with you. All right, 1087.
Move to consider SSB 2024-1087 by unanimous consent.
Okay, is there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now considering SB 2024-1087, resolution addressing Gilliland Drive pedestrian safety, authored by Senator Alan Rivera. How do you say it? And then sponsored by Deputy Minority Party Leader Anamika Naidu, Senator. Yeah. Okay. So or Hunter Monson wants for that, or both of them.
I mean, it's pretty straightforward again.
Okay, so wait.
Yeah, we'll leave it, let's leave it.
5 minutes of Q&A, 5 minutes of debate, 2 minutes final privilege. All right, we're going to move on to motion this time. Are there any motions?
I was asked to move to Chalisa Vidai as a sponsor.
All right, are there objections? So sponsors.
I'm sorry, who was that, just for the record?
Senator
Chalisa Vidai.
Okay.
I move to pass SSB 2024-1087 by unanimous consent.
Are there objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. SSB 2024-1087 has been officially approved. We're now going to move on to.
No, that's another one of those dual, substantially similar. I move to consider SSB 2024-1088 by unanimous consent. Point of information, please let me know if that is substantially similar. I'm trying to remember. I don't think it is.
You're good.
Okay.
Are there any objections? Seeing none, the motion passes. We're now considering SSB 2024-1088, resolution to protect funding for DEI communities on campus. Yeah, it would be presented by Jonathan DeJohn.
Wait,
Okay. We're going to move to 5 minutes Q&A. 5 minutes. Oh.
Are there two copies of this bill to try?
There might be, there were.
Okay,
Yes,
yes,
there are duplicates that we
Okay, I
haven't
was
covered
thinking
yet.
The Senate Secretary did it.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Our 5 minutes of debate. 5 minutes, 2 minutes of privilege.
Oh, wait.
And then a motion to be signed.
I move to amend the sponsor line of SSB 2024-1088 to include every member of the Judiciary Committee individually that has not already been mentioned, Senator Monson, Minority Party Leader Pelton, Senator Sabate, and Deputy Minority Party Leader Naku. By unanimous consent.
Okay, and objections, seeing none, the motion passes. Any other motion at this time?
SSB 2024-1088 by unanimous consent.
Okay, and objections, seeing none, the motion passes. SB 2024-1088 has been
All right.
officially approved.
Point of
parliamentary procedure, how do we end this?
Yeah.
Without ending the
You're
meeting?
gonna wanna move to, well, why don't we just, you move for the committee, the Judiciary Committee, the Student Senate to stand adjourned until whatever.
Yeah, so you'll use the motion to fix the time to which to adjourn, just so that.
They already did that. They already did that.
You already did that for what time?
11:59.
On the
Friday.
yeah,
So
26th.
that means that you guys are going to schedule a meeting anytime before that, correct? Awesome, so at that point, I mean, you just make the motion to adjourn, that motion doesn't, at this point, you've already fixed the time, the committee's work has not been concluded. I would just procedurally table just in case, because you don't want to get into the technicalities of what happens, just say, we move to table this business, and then you guys can take from the table when you return.
So does that mean that,
Or you'll have to take it back.
what would the order be for the legislation to be heard at the next meeting?
The exact order that, like, it's basically like whatever we just took out, is just
Okay.
taken out, and you continue in that order of the numbers.
That's the case even if I table the rest of it?
Yes,
to the next
or just as you guys just did where you considered specific bills before others, you can make those determinations too.
Okay, so I move to table the remaining legislation by unanimous consent. I'm tabling everything else.
Are there any objections? Seeing the motion passes. Is there another motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn this judiciary committee. Actually, wait.
Can you make the motion to just move to stand adjourned until a time and place determined
Yes,
by the
I like
Judiciary
that
Committee, 24 hours prior to, no.
Daniel, it's fine, the motion to adjourn.
Really?
It's fine, I can do that, but I'm not gonna say 24 hours, I'm gonna go up
Just
to
say
Friday.
stand adjourned.
Just move to stand adjourned.
I move to stand adjourned
By unanimous consent.
by unanimous consent.
That'll solve it, yeah.
Seeing none, the motion passes.
I know y'all are ready to.
You guys all have to decide when you're gonna meet, and then that'll be public notice 24 hours before. So make sure you keep that in mind. Yes, I appreciate the backboard, this is great. Good work, thank you. Glad we kept coming back.
It would have to be during amendments to the agenda. It'd have to be like, I moved to strike Ryan from the sponsors list.
I appreciate it, that was good work.
Yeah.
It already happened, so I can't like object to that. I'm really that all in the future. Because it was like.
Oh, you're about luck.
Sorry, I object